Good morning, Commissioners. This is the February 2nd, 2016 public hearing. Chair Srinivasan. Here. Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Here. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Schmidt-Barron. Here. Commissioner Voss.
Commissioners, the first item on the agenda today is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 180027, 202 Warren Street, located within the Cobble Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in 1853 through 55 and altered in the mid-20th century. The application is to install rooftop solar panels and framing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Corey Harala, Preservation Department staff. 202 Warren Street is on the south side of the street, just west of Clinton Street, seen here darkly in the middle behind the text. The application is to install a solar panel array on an elevated metal framing structure. This will not be visible directly across the street over the front facade as seen here. Just as some context, the existing rooftop does have various features, hatches, skylights, vents, and mechanical units on dunnage, seen here in the front and the back. And what you're seeing here is an example of exactly what's being proposed for this project, but it is not yet installed, not on the house yet. This is what is being proposed for 202 Warren Street. So an elevated metal framing system that runs on tracks with the solar panels installed above. There are specific requirements as to height clearances and path clearances that the applicants will go into in greater detail, but I just wanted you to have a look at this. Also, since you're going to be looking at this from the underside, at street level, you'll be seeing the underside of the solar panels, which in this case have a whitish finish. Here's the same structure from above. Note that it's darker where the photocells are seen from the view above. And the applicants will go back to this diagram, but this will explain the height and clearance issues that exist for this and all solar panel installations of this type. Just to quickly go through the visibility, note that there are some full frame shots and some blow-up shots, but what you're seeing here, the red numbers where I'm highlighting sort of a triangle is your cone of visibility where you actually see this elevated structure. And what you're seeing is over top of this secondary facade of the neighboring building. So where the red dot is, this is not the applicant's building, it's next to it, but you're going to see the elevated structure above that. And that's what's being represented here with black. But again, it's actually a gray metal framing with the white underside of the panel. So this doesn't represent a photo montage of how it will actually appear, it's just the massing. So that's from the one visibility point. Visibility point 2, a bit further across the street, you can see it again here. And then 3 down below. And with that, I will turn it over to the solar installers, Brooklyn Solar Works.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is T.R. Ludwig. I'm CEO of Brooklyn Solar Works. This is my cohort, Mark Cunningham. He's the Chief Technology Officer and Chief Designer for us. Our company is built around flat roof systems in Brooklyn, and we've been in the solar business for quite a while. We've been dealing with New York City flat roofs for quite a while, and we've come to a determination through a lot of hard work that a raised canopy structure is really the main structure that's going to enable us to deploy solar widely throughout New York City. The canopy structure you saw earlier is the primary structure that we propose in situations where we cannot provide a satisfactory offset, electricity offset to a homeowner. It's an economic equation at the end of the day for most people, and a canopy enables us to get more solar panels on a roof and enables us to power their home effectively. In this case, we're powering 93% of the homeowner's electricity usage. I'll have Mark go through some of the technical details in terms of clear path and fire path, but just wanted to give you a little bit of context that this is the kind of thing that's going to be required on many roofs here in Brooklyn. Thanks.
So if we return to this slide here, this is a representation of the required FD&Y clearances along all roofs in New York City that are less than 20 degrees in slope. Basically, it requires a 6-foot wide pathway from the front to the rear of the property, as well as from side to side. that pathway needs to connect up to any hatch, roof access point, skylight, fire escape, as well as the front facade of the building in its entirety. On roofs like this, where the hatches and skylights are not aligned along the side of the building, that requires many connection points across the property, as well as the fire escape in the back of the property, pinned down where we were required to leave 3 to 6 feet of radial space around obstructions. When approaching these kind of situations, we first determine where that clear path must go to minimize its total surface area consumed. And in this case, even with a variance to reduce those allotments to their very smallest portion, the amount of panels that can fit on this property would be reduced by 2/3 if we were to take that approach of placing it directly on the roof. At that size, the system, along with that, there is just, the amount of free space on the roof is constricted. So they're also required to be 9 feet in height. So the pathway at all points must be 9 feet vertical, which is why the canopy is so high and can't be lowered or tilted, because it would obstruct portions of that 9-foot height radius.
And the 9-foot height is also a fire department regulation?
Fire department regulations, yes.
Okay, and just in this drawing, and I'm looking at your plan as well, is this the furthest that the solar panels can be pushed to on the roof? Can it be pushed even further back?
Towards the rear of the property? So the support structure needs to be behind the panel slightly. The A-frame spreads the weight of the canopy to 4 points in the roof instead of 2, which we had to do for structural reasons because the timbers, the rafters are made of wood. So the A shape of the frame and support structure to support itself has to be...
Okay, that extends out further.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was a question about using a variance in the property. As I said, that reduction of the variance that lets you do the fire path is only 2 feet along certain sections. We've been working with FDNY for quite some time applying variances. We're now used to what they will accept and what they will not. They're very protective of their skylight access and hatch access. So with this system, the reduction of that clear path from 6 feet to 4 feet only allows an additional panel, which is surprising, but not enough to, make a change in the viability of an on-roof system that's lowered.
So, and if you put less panels, what would that mean? So now you have, I think have 15, right? And if you want to make it 10?
With a variance,
Yeah.
lowering the system below visibility, the most panels you can fit on this roof is 6. And at that point, the fixed costs of working with the Department of Buildings, all the permits and engineering we have to do, the viability of the system economically is just not there for us or the customer.
Okay, so
Right, but your question, isn't it, is, it looks like there are 5 bays on this, and you're wondering maybe if there could be 4 bays, right?
4 bays or just a smaller footprint, I don't know what that is, but to
So you
me...
mean reduce the number of rows from 5 by 3 to 4 by 3?
Right.
I mean, that...
So I don't, maybe I'm not fully understanding. So the number of panels that you have right now, they generate electricity that supports the home, the entire building?
Correct, the entire building for the entire year.
Okay.
93%, right? Was-
Yeah,
93%. So, but the idea of powering 50%, is that something that's not an option? Or, I mean, you said it's something to do with economics, and I'm just trying to understand that.
Right, so the economics has to do with the number of panels. As you reduce the number of panels, your fixed costs increase the overall cost per energy unit that you create from the system. So at a certain point, it's around 10 modules. That's where you start to see the viability drop off. So with getting rid of the canopy entirely, you're reduced to 6 panels. That would be non-viable. The reason we didn't propose reduce the number of panels on this layout is because you can see all 5 rows from that angle, and the 5th row didn't make it visible from the front of the property, so we deemed it as, inconsequential in terms of just the size of the visibility.
And I just have another question. Does the number of panels that makes it viable, does that vary depending on the building type, or?
Very slightly, but a lot of it to do with the fact that we're in New York City and the fixed costs are just higher here than the rest of the country.
Okay.
So how much electricity does the 15 panels generate?
The 15 panels is a 4.5 kilowatt system, which will produce roughly 5,500 kilowatt hours per year. And I believe the customer has a roughly 6,000 kilowatt hour consumption, plus the 97%.
Yes, Fred?
I just want to, I think that, this is a great thing, who's against solar power. On the other hand, it seems to be like this, I think this is the first time we've seen this, isn't it? First time I've seen it. And if it's approvable here, which it might well be, I just am wondering about, every brownstone in or outside of historic districts all over the city now with this new little crown, highly visible, I'm going to guess, in many cases, perhaps more visible than this. So, it's balancing two good things, preservation and solar energy. And I'm just saying this, I don't know what to make of it exactly. I think it's an interesting trend that, particularly in historic districts, are going to have to be looked at carefully, but also empathetically.
Yeah, that specific question was discussed at a CB6 meeting recently, and I think there are a lot of preservationists, in fact, that are weighing this, where there needs to be some acknowledgement that eventually we're going to evolve in the way we power our buildings, and from our perspective, we want to make that as consistent with the landscape as we possibly can. We're very open to the extent we can modify the structure so that it's more coherent with the building. But CB6 found that despite even given this basic design, they felt that it was a viable thing to have it be visible in the CB6 neighborhood. The other thing that they also requested, and I imagine you've already seen this, but they'd like some guidance from Landmarks on, what are some of the design characteristics that we need to follow. And we're happy to weigh in on that, but I think the conclusion was basically that solar is going to be a very big part of the energy mix here in New York City, and we should have a discussion around how that fits in.
It could be that some of the requirements by the fire department could be challenged, I guess that's what I might say, or work with the fire department to make them, for instance, why does 9 feet have to be, that seems excessive.
The rationale behind that is that you need 9 feet for a 6-foot fireman to swing an axe if they were to try and penetrate the roof with a piercing blow for an axe. So to the extent you have a shorter fireman or shorter axe, perhaps there might be some leeway there. We're doing our best to just follow the rules as they exist now. So.
I know, it is sort of an interesting challenge for us because and I agree with Fred that the idea of having these roof solar panels is a very good thing, and I think we would want to see them accommodated in historic districts. And I think perhaps the technology is new or still continuing to be designed, and for you, who are looking at a model that can be fit very easily and seamlessly on residential rooftops is a good thing. But I would encourage you to think about whether there are ways to just make the whole apparatus smaller in some form or manner. And I don't know the technology and whether that means you have more intense solar panels, but you have few, or something else or something which would allow it to be economically feasible to in fact have lesser solar panels. So the rooftop that we have over here is kind of a standard rooftop in many districts, and it seems that with this size and shape, there are just only so many permutations and combinations of how you can make it work on the roof. In this particular case, you've obviously chosen to put it at the right spot, which is as further back as possible, away from where it can be visible, but even in that instance, there is some visibility. So I think, what we probably find ourselves doing is seeing different examples and maybe initially think about it in terms of sort of a case-by-case basis and see how it fits in. But I do have one other question which has to do with the hardware itself and the colors and tones. I think the community board talked about whether there's ways in which the panels can be more translucent. Is that possible, or is it they have the opaque panels on top?
They're not entirely opaque. In fact, they're probably about 95% non-opaque. You've got little seams where light can come through, and the sort of the view from the street would be more of a darker view, so that you'd actually see the solar cells. With the panels that we're proposing here, it has a white back sheet, so it's a little bit more consistent with the sky and clouds. We're happy to bring pictures. We have pictures of what it would look like, but it sounded like the determination was a white back sheet was probably better, just to blend a bit more into the sky. The other point to make is that, when we designed the structure, we did so with a lot of restrictive elements in terms of wind loading, and particularly when you're dealing with older buildings and brownstones, some of these roof rafters may or may not be very strong. They probably have been there for quite a while. So the purpose of this design is to distribute the weight as best as possible and skew it off to the sides near the parapet. Juggling 110-mile-an-hour winds and having something be as tall as it is, that's basically how we came to this design. So, and we did so with cost in mind. So we tried to reduce the cost of this system as much as we possibly can. So this is, 2-inch square aluminum tubing. That's really the key, is to be able to depress the cost of this structure as much as you possibly can, so that it becomes economically viable for people that want to put solar.
Can the color of the framing and all the bracing be adjusted? I mean, is that?
Yeah. So that CV6 recommended that. We're be happy to bring any and all colors to the table. We had suggested a few, brown, sort of rust color, matte gray, all of which are on the table. We're happy to make that happen. It's quite easy to do. So, we fabricate these things and just powder coat it.
Okay. Are there other questions? Okay, we can take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Our original testimony asked that the applicant look into variances from the fire department to perhaps move the path to the east side of the house. But we would suggest that that the applicant investigate further ways to conceal these, perhaps by moving certain elements, either having some of them on the frame and some of them directly on the roof. But anyway, our committee would certainly support any investigation the LPC would do to come up with ways to deal with this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 6 did send in their approval, but they did note that they'd like the visibility to be reduced to fit in better, and encourages the Landmarks Commission to work with the applicants to do so. Okay. Do you have any other questions for the applicant?
Did you ever investigate any
other than 2x2 tubing?
We have, yeah.
What's the alternative?
Well, the alternative is round tubing, Schedule 40 pipe, 1.5 inch Schedule 40 piping. That brings more of a kind of a steampunk look to the structure, if you will. And we determined that this was a much better fit. For most customers, we like the design better, but it also, from a fabrication perspective, is much easier, and as a result, reduce the cost. enables us to make it an economically viable project.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. We can move to comments.
I'm looking at this as, it's kind of like we're looking at a pergola almost, and it's, I think they've done, as though it were a pergola. I think it's as, and it's a good function, obviously I think everyone agrees with that. So the question is, what can the ultimately best design be in the future? I think they made it as minimal as they can, given the fire code regulations. So, I think I could approve this one, and that as we go forward, we might, try to come up with, see what the best possible design is for this kind of thing, and if the fire department, we can find some compromise with them that works for these districts, but I think we are going to see more of these, obviously, and it's a positive development environmentally, so the question is, what's the best approach that we can find?
Right, and I just want to note that the staff from our office has already reached out to different manufacturers, and we are trying to understand what is the range of options. And I think this particular case is actually, it's very modest, it's small, it's kind of light, and and again, I encourage them and us to continue to look and see and try and get better examples of rooftop solar panels.
Yeah, I was just going to say that if this is the first that we've seen of this type, and we're going to see a lot more, I think I can certainly vote for it, working with staff to reduce the visibility if possible through color or other techniques. But I think we should all use this as a test case and just see how it works, and how it looks, and how it might be reduced in visibility even further by using this one as an example.
Right. On the other hand, I think what's interesting and positive about it, besides its environmental benefits, is the fact that it's kind of a temporary, has a temporary aspect or structure. But as you're speaking and presenting, I'm looking out the window at a temporary-ish situation, which is, the New York iconic water tower, which is temporary, eternal. And so the other question is, how, if this might become a part of the landscape, the skyscape, then it really needs to be, it might very well be. And so the question is, what does it look like? And then, does what it looks like matter? Does it have to be an aesthetically kind of composed thing, or is it like a water tower that has its own kind of vernacular, industrial quality? So I have questions about it, but I would approve this one to see.
Interesting.
Okay, are there any other comments? Okay, we can move to decision.
The matter of 202 Warren Street in the Cobble Hill Historic District. The application is to install rooftop solar panels and framing. I recommend approval, noting that the installation of the proposed solar panels and framing will not result in the loss of or damage to any significant features of the roof. That although the proposed solar panels and elevated framing will be moderately visible from a public thoroughfare, it will be seen from a narrow view corridor over the exposed lot line facade of an adjacent building and not seen from directly across the street. That the installation must be elevated due to code issues and in order to have a sufficient number of panels. That the upper portion of the installation, including aluminum framing elements and the white underside of the solar panels, will be seen in the context of other rooftop accretions, including chimneys and railings, and will be partially screened by mature trees in the foreground. That the height of the proposed installation will be as minimal as possible while still conforming to the fire department requirements, and its placement will be set back as far as possible at the rear of the roof, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the building or the historic district, and that the reflective aluminum finish of the framing elements, and they will work with staff to reduce visibility as possible.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the second item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 179433, 280 Henry Street, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a Greek Revival-style row house built in 1837 and altered in the late 19th and mid-20th centuries. The application is to install a pergola and solar panels and amend the design of a previously approved garage door.
Good morning, Commissioner Sandwich on Conservation staff. 280 Henry Street is located mid-block between Droman and State Streets in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. There are two components to this proposal. Here is a previous existing condition, and here is the current condition. The first is to modify the design of a garage door at the front facade. The previous design seen here was originally approved in a public hearing in 2013, and the proposal is to change the design of the garage door to this design, which would still be wood, painted black, but it would be a different design. Is that the right one? Yeah. Okay, so I can't see.
Oh, I see.
The other component is to install a railing and a pergola with solar panels at the roof. Here's the plan. The height of the structure will be approximately 10 feet 7 inches from the roof to the top of the panels, and the structure is visible from various points south at Atlantic. Here's the model. From Atlantic and Pacific Streets. Here are some visibility shots. The railing will be visible just north of the building along Henry Street. And please note that there are existing bulkhead and other elements of the rooftop that have been approved at a previous public hearing. And Brendan Colburn is here to discuss the proposal.
Thanks. Hi, Brendan Coburn. So this, the first thing is this change in the door design. So the previously approved door was a panel door sliding to the left, and our proposed alteration is just vertical slats, also wood, still sliding to the left. And that is a sort of combination of aesthetic and mechanical change. Tambour. The door that we're getting works better if we can, which is to say, to get it to move to the side. It's rolling up on the south side of the building, and it works better in this vertical configuration.
I didn't see this.
So that's that. The second item is this solar trellis that's up here. This is a bulkhead that's on the roof. This is previously approved. This handrail across the front is previously approved. So this application is to get a little piece of handrail that goes from this corner back to the bulkhead approved. And I'm not sure why we didn't include it in the first place, but I apologize. And then the trellis here, which is really a pergola in this case. It's a steel and wood structure, and then this line on top is showing the solar panels. And this is, our project is right here. And so this is a roof shot. This is our mock-up there. This is a pergola on an adjacent building. So this thing is, I think the visibility piece of this project is really more the pergola than the solar panels. And this is a pergola on the house next door, by the way. And then this is a view from the backyard, and you can see this is the pergola on the adjacent building. Our pergola will be up here. This is a roof plan. So these are our solar panels. This is the bulkhead. This is this little bit of fence that we had not previously asked for. Again, we are raising the solar panels up on the roof for a couple of reasons. We have a roof deck up here because this house does have a spectacular view of the harbor, and so there is a deck under this area. This is a green roof here, and this is all of the mechanical equipment. So what we're trying to do is just get these solar panels up where there are no possibility of shadows being cast on them during the day. And this is the design of that. So you're seeing the pergola itself has this wood structure that you see from below, and the panels are on top. This is the landmarks person, so it's not visible from across the street. This is the view from the backyard. Neighbors, pergola, and bulkhead. This is standing on the adjacent roof looking at the mock-up. So this would be, all this blue sky would be filled in with stuff. And so this is from just north of the project, and you're seeing that little piece of handrail there. No visibility on the trellis. And then it's really from Pacific Street. So here is our house. Here is Pacific Street, these two views, and these photographs have been enhanced to bring out that shape. It's hard to see without doing that. So this is a blow up of that. So here's this view enhanced and then blown up. There's the visibility. And then the next, this is going back to the handrail. That's our little piece. That's approved. That's it.
All right, can we just go to the plan for a second? Excuse me.
This one?
Yes, is there a reason why you cannot move this further back to the edge of the building at the rear? That's over there.
To this way? We're trying to minimize visibility for people from the backyard as well. So, that's it. We're trying to be as out of view as we can and still make some economic sense. And this, by the way, is this system only does about 35–40% of the electrical need of this house. So we have an owner who would love to do more, but there's really no place else to put more. Once you have shadows from mechanical equipment and the fire department path from front to back and all of those things. So this is where we are.
Okay, but the visibility drawings that or photographs that you've shown us, it's all about the visibility from the front, right?
Well, and really from that, really it's the visibility.
From along Henry Street.
Yeah, so really a full block and a half down is where it comes in visibility.
So if you moved it further back, it would be visible from the rear?
Yeah.
But would it be also visible from the public thoroughfare? Do you know that?
Well, it would probably drop out of view. But I will say that I know that I believe that the primary concern for Rutland Heights is the visibility from the rear, which is not a public thoroughfare, but is in the view of a lot of people who live across the backyard. So we're...
We did receive a letter from your associate in your office who said structurally it had to be placed in this location.
Oh, yeah, that's true as well. Sorry, but that...
Oh, is the structural reason?
Well, we have steel trimmers below the roof here that are supporting this bulkhead. Sorry, right there and right there. So that gives us the position of the pergola. We have that structure in place for those things. To push it to the back, we could certainly do that, but we have not done it because of the visibility from Garden Place, not as opposed to. We honestly haven't been worried about the Pacific Street view because I think it's just so lost in the roofscape that it's hardly important. And there are, tons of mature trees. This will obviously have no visibility in spring, summer, and fall.
That's a very fancy people live on Garden. I have a question about your, you said that it represents about 35% of the energy replacement for the building. And here's our first strange situation. The previous project, same size canopy, said it replaced or provided 90%. So how are we going to...
The house is bigger.
Well,
but is this house bigger? It looked like it wasn't.
Yeah. So this is actually a larger electrical system than what was being proposed before. But this house is a monster, so it's sucking electricity left, right, and center.
All right, other questions? Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Yes, Judy Stanton.
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We previously submitted comments regarding an earlier iteration of this application in a letter dated April 23, 2013. And We didn't support it then. While the proposed rooftop pergola and solar panel array are no longer visible from Henry Street, we still do not find the argument for the pergola, primarily as a structure for the solar panels, to be convincing. The pergola and solar panel array are still highly visible from the interior of the block, and while the standards for intrusions on the perimeter of the interior donut are less stringent, increasing the building's height is an issue on the rear as well. Without the pergola, the building already exceeds the district's 50-foot height limit. It also stands on the uphill side of a sloping block, increasing its apparent height on the rear. We recognize the general need to determine standards of appropriateness for rooftop solar arrays across a range of historic conditions, and we commend the intent to install solar panels. But in this case, the applicant wants to keep a large roof deck as well as having the panels, the result being the high dunnage to support the equipment otherwise indicated as pergola. We would consider supporting their installation at roof level, but we do not support the current proposal to install them atop a raised pergola. Given the building's existing height, configuration, and location, we see the more appropriate choice as between a roof deck or a solar panel, but not both. Thank you. The committee has no objection to the change in the garage door design.
Okay, thank you. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. All right, yes, Fred.
Follow-up question. The 50-foot height limit in Brooklyn Heights is a big deal in Brooklyn Heights. Can you just remind us, the testimony just said already it's exceeding it.
The pre-existing condition of the building is, I'm going to make this up because I don't quite remember, but I'm going to say it's about 54, 55 feet. So this, that point right there is a pre-existing non-conforming height.
And that's the parapet condition.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and so, the bulkhead was approved as a permitted obstruction. The building actually, it formerly had a pitched roof. What's funny is this, here's the piece of the old pitched roof, right? So that is well, that roof was well above the 50 feet, but at the front of the building, it's that point, that's about 54, 55 feet.
So is your proposal then for the pergola at the height of the bulkhead? I can't quite...
Yes, it's at the same height as the bulkhead, because there's actually, I think we have a few, these panels slide right across the top of the roof of the bulkhead.
So inches above, but more or less the same height as the current bulkhead.
And then the pergola is set with the same 9-foot number that was mentioned in the previous application, which is the firefighter with their hook or their axe.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I just have one other question, which is, your pergola is not coincident with the solar panels, is that correct, that it extends further? From the front?
Yeah, then that's the structural thing. That's where, so that's where we have a beam in the roof and there.
But you can't put the beam, run it along where the edge of the solar panels are?
You mean bring the solar panels further out?
No. Bring it further in?
No, during the framing further in, it would not be supported. The beam is where the outer edge is.
Oh, that beam is existing, okay. Is that right?
But that's where we have to hook into the structure. So this is just open to the roof. So that's in fact, those are just to your
real pergola.
Your real pergola, yeah. And I suppose we could have stuck another set of panels on here, but this was pushing it back to here made it less visible. So, and that seemed to be an acceptable amount of electricity for the
Okay. All right, thank you. If there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think I could support this, and
There you go.
I think some of the views that they've shown us, you do see it, but it's obscured by at least 3/4 of the year. It's obscured by vegetation. There are some rooftop pergolas in the neighborhood. And again, this think will read like a temporary feature, and at some point could be removed and it's reversible.
I agree, I can support it as well. And I want to acknowledge that, yes, it could be pushed further back, but I think this is a quite intact donut, and I think they've made the right judgment call in terms of putting it sort of in the middle of the roof rather than too far in the back and favoring only the street. I think that the garden side is also important here, and I think that's to be, what they've done is right.
Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to echo Fred's last point. I think that had this been a rooftop addition, we would ask for a similar setback from the rear facade. And I think, as a structure, that's an appropriate and good thing to do, both for consistency's sake and for the sake of the fact we do value the view from within the courtyard, so.
Okay. All right, if there are no more comments, we can move to decision. Andy?
In the matter of 280 Henry Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, the application is to install pergola and solar panels and to amend the design of a previously approved garage door. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed pergola and solar panels and the rooftop railing will not result in the loss of or damage to any significant feature of the roof, that the proposed steel and wood pergola and rooftop solar panels is simple in design and in keeping with typical rooftop accretions found within the district, that the proposed rooftop railing is only visible from a limited vantage point just north of the building and will match the design material and finish of the previously approved railing, that although the proposed pergola with solar panels will be moderately visible from a public thoroughfare, it will be seen at a distance over neighboring buildings along a new corridor beginning a block away and not seen from directly across the street, that the upper portion of the installation will be seen in the context of other roof accretions, including chimneys, railings, and will be partially screened by mature trees in the foreground. The proposed design and material of the wood garage door is simple and will allow the presence of the garage to better blend with the facade, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the building or the historic district.
All right, second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application is approved.
Commissioners, the third item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn, docket number 178758. This is 291 Adelphi Street, located within the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built by Thomas Denicky circa 1854. The application is to construct a rear addition and excavate the rear yard.
Thanks.
Catherine Grant, Preservation Department staff. The proposal is for work at 291 Adelphi, which is on the east side of Adelphi Street between Lafayette and DeKalb Avenues. And the project architect, Josh Weisberg, is here to describe the proposal.
Hello, I'm Josh Weisselberg, representing TBD Architecture today. As Catherine mentioned, this is a project in the Fort Greene Historic District on Adelphi Street between Lafayette and DeKalb Avenues. Just some initial imagery of the front facade, which we're doing some staff level restoration to. You can see 40 acres in front of the photos. We'll be doing things like minor repointing where required, replacement of the transom to correct an old permit from the 80s, restoration of the ironwork, window replacements, painting, light fixtures, and a small planting on the front, and placing a concrete patio with bluestone patio. Existing image and a proposed image, pretty subtle improvements, but all staff level work. The replacing stucco with a better match of the underlying stone and here is an image of Adelphi Street. You can see our here 291 and the entire block, the donor. We'll be proposing a one-story double height addition to that, full width, As you can see, our building is one of the smaller buildings on the block with one of the larger yards. There's a whole bunch of different size buildings and different size additions throughout, as well as one pretty added character, 6-story tenement apartment building. Is the existing rear yard. Our building is shown here. The dotted area showing the area of work related to the addition. You can see on the left we have a rear addition directly adjacent to us, and a series of additions all in our row. Every building in our row has an addition, and then off to the right there's a wood deck, and then a 1-story addition, a 3-story addition, a row of taller buildings. And off to the left you can see that larger apartment building, which is 291 Adelphi. From 291's roof looking to the east, you can see various size additions, 2 stories with roofs, 1 basement plus 3-story, and again the building off to the south. Some close-up views of our facade neighbor to the left at 293. As you can see, the lot line wall of that addition is in extreme disrepair. So our addition has some structural details that are gingerly create our foundation and create a new block wall that would protect 291's property from any possible issue. Again, 291 Adelphi's rear facade and 289 directly to the right. On the lot line is an old detected brick wall, and you can see that the existing grade comes right to the window sills of the 291. And some concrete steps lead up from this sunken door. Everything's sort of in an old state in need of treatment. Again, a close-up of our building showing the area of work. For the addition, we'll be sort of splitting the difference between the window cell height and the door cell. So we'll be stepping up 2 steps from the basement level and excavating the earth about a foot, a little over a foot. We'll be replacing the rear windows, keeping the beds. The only work to a rear window would be this door. This window would become a door to lower the cell, which will exit onto the rear deck. The roof line stays the same, moving things like the antenna, and stucco repair work. This is the existing facade, rendering of the proposed. The height of the proposed matches the adjacent addition to the east. The ceiling is the same as the parlor floor ceiling. As I mentioned, the ground level is at 2 steps above the basement. There's a roof deck on top with a glass railing set back about 24 inches from the front, and then masonry parapet set back a further 6 feet from that. What we're doing here is creating another room which has the old parlor floor and old garden floor put into one large space, and next to the house to the rear garden, it brings light and air into those 2 floors. This is a collage of the addition with the neighboring properties. Similar to those additions moving off to the left. And you can see again our very deep yard. So we're going to have about a 55-foot something rear yard after our addition, and an additional, the rear buildings, which sort of split this lot, it's about 55 feet to the additions and 70 feet to the rear wall. Sorry, 70 and 90 feet. Some materials back here, concrete patio, concrete floor. Matte finished aluminum flashing and window system. Low iron clear glass railings. New stucco. Drawing elevation, just showing specific dimensions. Axon showing adjacent additions.
Actually, can you go back just one image? It looks like on your elevation, the windows that you're using to replace the old windows are single light tilt-and-turn windows. The rendering, it looked like they were casements.
Stop.
Oh, that's just curtains? Okay. Never mind that.
Right, the windows are being done at staff level, isn't that correct?
Oh, just curious.
Okay, but good.
It's just curious. Just curious.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions?
Jackie, Christophe?
Very good.
Yeah.
We may have more questions. We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. With no precedent for an extension this deep, HDC finds this proposal to be too large an intervention for this house and its context. There are many ways to extend row houses into the rear yard more sensitively, both in terms of bulk and materials. So we urge the Commission to ask for further refinement of this proposal. Thank you.
Barbara and David Clinton.
There are photographs in the back. My husband and I bought our 1850 townhouse next door to 291 35 years ago after falling in love with Brownstone, Brooklyn's traditional stoops, backyard gardens that create such a lovely interior courtyard for the entire block. We recently met our Ethan and Britt, new owners of 291, liked them immediately and hoped to become good neighbors and friends. While we had a rough idea of their plans, after reviewing them online last Friday, we were taken aback by the actual scale of their proposed addition. We questioned with specific reference to Landmark's rules in Chapter 2, 16, C and F, whether this addition is of a size and design in keeping with the character of Brooklyn's historic backyards. The lots on our section of the block are unusually deep and afford remarkable backyards. When as-of-right zoning laws are applied, however, we believe the net results of extended construction compromise the shared benefit of the common courtyard. We deeply appreciate our neighbors' willingness not to build to the fullest extent, but still believe their design for an addition extending 24 feet deep, 24 feet high across the entire width of the lot to enclose a single room with an 18-foot ceiling is excessively large. We fear such an addition cuts into and interrupts rather than enhances the shared interior space of the block and the wonderful open feel at the heart of these historic backyards. Fewer than half of the row houses on our blocks have extensions. We'd like to note here in a footnote that our house has only a deck but no basement extension, as is indicated, perhaps mistakenly, on these plans. 291's proposed addition would be by far the block's largest. It would extend significantly further into the common garden, be one of very few to rise above a single story, full height across the full width of the lot. Not only too large and too tall, it is also rendered in materials we believe foreign to the traditional Brooklyn brownstone aesthetic. A large metal cube with a two-story glass facade, sleek and modern as it is, seems quite out of place in interior space framed almost entirely by 19th century brick and mortar homes. We question, therefore, whether the proposed extension should be approved, as we do not believe it either maintains or appropriately enhances the essential character of the shared interior courtyard that is a prime feature of historic brownstone blocks. Were this application approved, would it not set a precedent for outsized, out-of-character garden side additions everywhere in landmark territory? We are concerned, of course, also for the loss of light and sunshine our own house will suffer, as the proposed addition will leave the lower 3 floors of our house and yard below in perpetual shadow. In sum, though we are delighted by our neighbors' plans to restore the original facade and interior of 291, we are troubled by the extraordinarily large extension proposed. We would hope for a lesser addition both in lot coverage and building mass, rendered in more traditional materials with a shared party wall that might encourage plant growth in keeping with the spirit of the common garden in which it will dwell. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christabel.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City.
For many years, Brooklyn Historic District's residents have been asking for stronger regulation to protect the gardens that are at the center of townhouse blocks. Gardens that are at the center of their lives also, in many cases, to judge from the testimony heard. The LPC did respond by bringing forward to public hearings large additions in relatively pristine blocks such as this. Another action that calls for a hearing is demolition of the back wall for the entire width of the building. Here we have both problems, plus an extremely aggressive design composed of unbroken glass and metal surfaces that contrast strangely with the shabby but beautiful old brick walls of other houses. This is not appropriate in this location. The addition should be radically reduced in size and the design modified. We regret the fad now endlessly repeated for tearing out the parlor floor to create an overlook into the dining room below and wrapping the whole thing in glass. It completely reverses the character of Brooklyn's most beautiful interior gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Yes, I recommend approval of this application, but there's a minority opinion that it was not appropriate and had too much glazing. That's a minority opinion. Okay, can we just go back to your, the context photograph showing all the other enlargements and extrusions? Okay, no, in plan, where it's you have it color-coded.
The whole lot.
Yeah. Okay. So you made a comment that your home, I guess it's in that row of blues, those are smaller homes in depth, is that correct? From
Yes,
the ones just to...
Those five have very deep yards and are relatively small for the block.
Okay.
The building.
Okay, and the enlargement that you're proposing, is that the deepest enlargement there is in the block?
Go to page 21, they've got really nice detail.
Page 21? Okay.
It's the deepest in the immediate row. Notwithstanding 299 Adelphi, which has a large presence on the inside of the block. The deepest nearby is 27, 19.1 plus upstairs.
Okay.
Reduced it by 5 foot 8 inches should...
In line with these?
I mean, you know, the image on page 13 is completely false, so it took me a while to get past that. Do you want to turn to that one? Because page 13, that one, where you made reference to the adjacent building, and one would have thought that you were aligned with the neighbor's extension, but not. You were just pointing to the height? Is that what you were saying?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. Okay, well.
Oh, no.
Right, considerably. So again, by how much? Forward of the adjacent building?
13 feet. To the adjacent building?
Yes, to the adjacent building's extension edge, so that's 13 feet.
Yeah, I think, this
Yeah, we
page
see
shows
it, yeah.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, I know we've heard testimony about the level of encroachment. You know, they've shown us some drawings over here, and that gives some context to it. But I just would note that there's another building on the block which goes very deep into the block. That's to the right. I think the size in general is okay, but if the commission feels that we want to sort of set it back and align itself with the others, extensions that we have in the block, then I think that could be a solution.
Yeah. I mean, I've said before and think that one of the new frontiers for historic preservation in the city is the domain of these donut holes, whether absolutely intact or halved as this one is because of 299. And but I mean, historically, we've not, because it's outside of the public view, we've approved any number of things and considered them appropriate. In this case, I do think that the depth of this particular addition exceeds by a great deal its neighbors, and I almost think as though there's, you kind of have to make a choice. The very stark and open design of this kind of all-glass, full double height, sort of, or the depth, and which seems a bit arbitrary, to have to make that choice. But there's something kind of obnoxious about the both. So I would say, and I think, again, in the past, we've approved modern interpretations of what the rear yard extension should look like, and so I think in this case we should as well. And the the kind of the amount of glazing doesn't bother me as much as the depth of sort of trespass into the donut.
Okay, yes, other comments?
I would agree with that.
So why don't I suggest that we support this with a recommendation or the modification that they set back the encroachment by, I think it's 4 feet 5 inches, and it'll align itself with the other two buildings, 295.
5'8" is, one of them is 5'8", one of them is 4'5".
Right, I'm pushing it to 4.5. Would seem okay?
I think it might even go back further still. What's the one, what's a 285?
That's 14.3, that's back 9'3".
Back 9'3"?
Yeah.
Let's say, the one we're referencing as a standard is, so to speak, is next to 299, which is a very big building, so it's...
Right.
Might be more appropriate.
All right, I just say that, yes, we can set it further back, but I think if our comment is that we don't want it to be the one that extends the most, then why not just cut it back to the one that is the most instead of making them cut it back even further? So it's not, I don't think it's, I'm not sure it's that discernible. So,
yeah, I think it will be. I think it will be discernible, just because of the form. This kind of double height space and its form will actually make it seem more present even than it is. So I think.
It's also it might figure into how we think about it that most of the additions on this block are not full width.
Exactly. Yeah.
okay, I don't have an issue with it as now, but I think we can ask them to set it back to another, you said 5 feet 8 inches?
I think deeper.
I think 5 feet 8 inches. Are the other commissioners okay with that, 5 feet 8 inches?
Is that to align with the specific?
Yeah, it's aligns with 295. Yes.
I mean, part of the scale of the addition itself is to create
a cube.
One more room, right? So we have a fireplace in that room, and that fireplace is set. The chimney needs to be 10 feet from the nearest vertical surface taller. So right now that chimney is set at 11 feet, so that's sort of generating. The inside space is only 22 feet, and then the eave is the extra 18 inches. So the entire size of this addition is the interior plus the eave, so counted as 23.6. I know from the sides you still see that mass, so the addition 23.6, that glass plate is set in. we could pull that glass plane back out as we open the addition.
Can't hear you.
I'm just trying to keep the portion of that room that it is like an old-style parlor room with a central fireplace. You have sofa around it. There is a stair that comes down in that space, so I think we have plenty of room that we can land on that stair and still have landing space, but we're still trying to create that room. So 4'5", back to the North tradition, I think we can make that work really well.
Yeah, I think you should set it back 10 feet.
Okay, so let me just ask the other commissioners are okay with setting it back 5 feet 8?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we will do that. John?
The matter of docket number 17-8758-291 Adelphi Street in the Fort Greene Historic District. Application is to construct a rear addition and excavate the rear yard. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Fort Greene Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of a proposed rear addition will not eliminate significant architectural features and the building will row, that the work will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that the shallow depth of the proposed excavation at a limited portion of the rear yard will not appreciably alter the grade of the rear yards within the block, that the two-story height of the proposed addition will be in keeping with that of the other nearby additions to the south in this block and will maintain the historic continuous rear facade plane of buildings in this row. The glass material of the parapet railings at the proposed addition will help to minimize its apparent bulk in the row. That the stucco metal and glass materials of the proposed addition are in keeping with those of other rear additions found typically at row houses. That the work will be undertaken under the supervision of a registered architect and a professional engineer and will not damage or destroy significant features of adjacent premises, including the historic rear bay at the adjacent building to the south, and that therefore the proposed work will maintain the row house character of the building and the special architectural and historic character of the building, the row, in the Fort Greene Historic District. However, we also find that they should work with staff in reducing the depth of this building by 5 feet 8 inches to align with the building at 295.
All in favor? Any opposed? The application's approved.
Commissioners, item number 4 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 159422. This is 120 Bainbridge Street, located within the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is a row house built in 1899. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and install railings.
Morning, Commissioners. Edith Bellinghausen, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the south side of Bainbridge Street, between Stuyvesant and Lewis Avenues in the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This building is one of a row of 6. I just want to note that in the proposal as originally advertised, included modifications to the front areaway. That scope has been removed and is not under review today. The proposal before you today is to construct a rooftop addition and install railings, as shown here in the section. In terms of visibility, the Commission will note that the proposed addition is not visible from any points over the primary facade on Bainbridge Street. However, there is visibility of the proposed addition and the rear railing over the rear facade of the building, and shown over the primary facades of the buildings at the south end of the block on Chauncey Street, in particular views as seen through points within Fulton Park to the south. Again, that's over the rear facade. The architect is here to further discuss this proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Antonio Di Alonso. I am the principal of Blue Oak Architecture. I'm here to present to you this addition at 120 Bainbridge. We are in the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. I'm going to start with this general view, top view. The property is located on Bainbridge Street. There is what we refer to as the donut, then there is another row of buildings, and then there is Chauncey Street. Below Chauncey Street is Fulton Park. I'm showing this to you so that you have a visual reference of the setup of the property. This slide shows the historic district and the recent expansions. This is where the property is located. Again, this is Fulton Street, Bainbridge, Chauncey Street. This slide, I want to draw your attention to another point that we would like to bring up as we discuss visibility. Again, the property faces Bainbridge Street at the rear, so you have a row of houses on Bainbridge, another one on Chauncey, and then there's Fulton Park. The addition is not visible from Bainbridge. It is not visible from the donut. It is visible beyond a row of houses and in certain areas with a narrow view angle from Fulton Park. This is specifically the front facade. There is a historic photo. There is no visibility of the bulkhead from the front facade. We have other vantage points as visualized here, number 1 and number 2, from viewpoints set off to each side of the building. This is a schematic section. It shows the proposed bulkhead. This is a view of the bulkhead as you stand on the roof, if you were to stand on the roof. This is the railing at the rear. It's another view of the railing. This is the elevator bulkhead, and this is a lower bulkhead housing other components, which I will illustrate in a moment. To be even more specific, again, this is Bainbridge Street. There's no visibility from either side of the street. This is from the rear yard. There is no visibility from the rear yard. This section that you see at the lower portion of the slide shows the particular condition of this property and why there are certain points from which the addition is visible and others from which it is not visible. This is the property. Again, this is Chauncey. These are two viewpoints from right across the property. What you see here is the front facade of the houses on Chauncey. The disadvantage of our property is that it's one story taller than the ones on Chauncey. So we went to great lengths to sort of test this addition. We took pictures in the summer. There was basically zero visibility of the foliage. We went back in the winter, and the pictures that you see here are pictures that were taken in November and December, as a matter of fact. From vantage points 1 and 2, there is no visibility. The distance here between these points and the addition is about 470 feet. When you go to this portion of Fulton Street, which is the northeast corner of the park, there is still no visibility. But then when you go to the southeast corner, you start seeing a profile, which again goes, it is characterized by a sort of a layered visibility. You have trees in the foreground, then you have the houses on Chauncey Street, and then you have the rear facades of the houses on Bainbridge. This is a zoomed-in image of our addition, which from this particular corner of the park is visible. This slide shows another location from which the bulkhead is visible. Again, this is a zoomed-in view, and these are the facades on Chauncey Street, and this is the profile of our addition. basically almost the same location. If you go to the west side of the park, there is zero visibility. In short, we believe the proposed addition was sensible because of all these factors which I outlined. The layered sort of sightline that you have, if you stand only on the east side, on the southmost east side portion of Fulton Park, we have, again, trees, the facades of Chelsea Street, and other elements that sort of preclude you from really make anything out. The slide here shows the existing condition and the proposed front facade. Obviously, this is not visible as mentioned before. This is the view of the rear, again, existing and proposed. The building is going to undergo a full renovation. We want the building to last another 100 or more years. All the building systems are going to be installed anew, and that is one of the sort of determining factors in locating certain amenities in the building. This is a floor plan of the proposed addition. There is an elevator, there is the new stairwell, there is a powder room, and there is a small kitchenette. That's basically it.
Yes, Fred?
Well, if the elevator did not go to the roof, how would that alter the profile of the...
It would lower it by a couple of feet. Let me see if I can get you. I'm going to actually show you the close-up right here. So this is basically the elevator bulkhead, and it looks like actually a little bit more than 2 feet.
So all that would just come in plane with the rest of the height?
Correct.
Okay.
This would be the height.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? We'll take testimony. Denise Adams?
Thank you. I'm going to defer to Maurice.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maurice Reed, and I live at 107 Bainbridge Street, which is across the street from the proposed project. On behalf of the Bainbridge Street Stuyvesant Heights Block Association and the residents of Bainbridge Street, which is located between Stuyvesant and Lewis Avenues in the Bedford-Stuyvesant community of Brooklyn, I'm here together with a few of my neighbors to make known our opposition to the plans of Dixon Properties from Blue Arc Architecture to install a bulkhead or a rooftop addition that includes a half bath, a wet bar sink, and a hot tub on the premises of 120 Bainbridge Street. The proposal has been discussed by the Block Association, discussed with Dixon Properties at a special meeting of their representatives with members of the Block Association, and then again during Dixon Properties' presentation to the Landmarks Committee of Brooklyn's Community Board 3. We have attached to this presentation a petition signed yesterday afternoon by more than 70 residents of the block. If implemented, the proposed change would violate the architectural integrity of the building and the other houses on the block, effectively render landmark status useless, and reduce the economic diversity of this community one house, one block at a time. We believe that the installation of the bulkhead, as depicted on the plans, is the beginning of a devious trend to so-called renovate the block and community that is in direct conflict with the 45-year designation of Stuyvesant Heights as an historic district. The proposed application to construct a rooftop addition, install railings, and modify the airway must be rejected. The proposed construction is much more than a rooftop addition. It is a proposal to essentially build a fifth floor, in direct violation of the block's historic district designation as an integral part of the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Also, in violation of the historic district designation, the proposed addition, as identified in the mock-up of the proposed construction, and contrary to the presentation just made, is visible from the rear of the building at Fulton Park and from across the street where I live, in the front of the building on the north side of Bainbridge Street. We support the unanimous action of Brooklyn's Community Board 3 to not provide a letter of support for the requested changes because the rooftop addition would negatively impact or disrupt the continuity of a designated row of distinctive historic buildings, 6 adjacent townhouses with related facade and roof details. And accordingly, we strongly urge this commission to not issue a certificate of appropriateness for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So Denise Adams, you don't want to speak, is that right?
Good morning. One of the additional things that I'd like to mention as a resident and a 30-year resident and almost a legacy. My grandfather purchased this house in the 1940s. I've been here since 1986. And one of the things that I'm asking the Landmark Committee to consider is that these are very real people that have to have access. When you create a 5-story single-family home, you have now limited the opportunity for real people, small families, single families, even extended families to purchase such property. We have a very limited stock. It is not available to anything other than corporations. I think what I'm asking you to do is to decide for people and not a corporation that is not invested, that has not created Bed-Stuy as it is today, and is truly the core of New York City, because we are about people and not corporations, and that's how communities thrive. And we'd like to continue that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Barbara Say?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Since the rooftop bulk is extremely visible from Fulton Park, HDC asks that the applicant explore alternative elevators to reduce the height of the bulkhead. Thank you.
Thank you. And Community Board 3 recommends approval of the facade restoration, but recommends denial of the bulkhead and rooftop addition and deck because it would be negatively disrupt the continuity of the road where no such structures exist. Oh, did you want to speak? Yes.
Krista Bogoff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. This happens to be a day with so many really distressing items that we passed on some, but I have to commend the Block Association for coming in on this. It is indeed very destructive of an intact roofscape, and really the need for hot tubs, wet bars, and elevators in this community. These are not things that you should sacrifice the character of a block to. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing then. All right, comments? Diana?
No, I wasn't.
Oops.
Yes. No, you go first. Michael. Oh, I'm sorry. I want us to go to just the image of the, I'm trying to find out which is the strongest of the Bainbridge elevation. I thought I saw it here, the photograph. Anyway, maybe it's page... All right, we're not getting help on this. So I just think that it was such a strong and singular elevation, kind of modest height, but those breaks between each one of the buildings. I guess they're the shared party walls, or even, I don't know if there are any fireplaces there. I'm not sure what those are exactly, those bump outs, but it's really so complete. And I think that the addition, although it's not overdone and it's not immense, really undermines that quality of kind of quiet that the elevation currently has, that the street roofscape has. And I'm really torn here, because we've certainly, I mean, even today, we've approved these kinds of additions, and yet I think, I'm trying to not look at just this building, but really to look at the block itself. I'm not convinced that this is, while it might be in terms of scale appropriate, relative to sort of what's there and to the quality of the street, it is not in my mind at this point. But I'm willing to hear what others say.
Okay, others?
I guess I have a question. What we're seeing, what's visible from the other side of the park is the elevator bulkhead. Is that, but the other stuff, the hot tub and all that, from the drawings, it looks like that's not visible. Am I right about that?
We are seeing, you're talking about from the park, right? Yes.
The majority is of the majority is the elevator bulkhead. However, from certain points, you do see the upper portion of the, because the front area of the addition is the 9-foot height, the rear portion of the addition is the 6-foot height, and that's in terms of its, how you're seeing it from the rear. The majority of the visibility is from the elevator bulkhead.
So if we brought it all down to the height of, I guess it's 9 feet, what would we be seeing?
Approximately this much. So if you would see this minus about 3 feet.
If I may, Commissioner, we basically almost went all around the lowest elevations we needed for an elevator and for humans standing in a room. So and that is why the addition is somewhat, it varies in elevation. What we did, being sensitive to the community, to the extent that we found opportunity, if you will, was to sort of change around the location, at least of the kitchen. What you see here is what I presented today, this morning, and then in this alternate, you have the kitchen being moved to the front of the building. Again, there is no visibility from Bainbridge in this scenario either, but the visibility from the rear would be limited to 11 feet as opposed to 14.4. And there is only a certain amount of leeway that building systems allow you to move things around, and this was what we found would be
I think the question that was being asked is if you just had a stair bulkhead and eliminated the elevator bulkhead, what would be visible from Bainbridge side?
The height of the elevator bulkhead is the minimum the elevator consultant told us.
Right, but she's asking you, what if you didn't have the elevator go to the roof?
If it didn't run to the roof and you just had a stair bulkhead, that was the question.
We have the lower profile.
That was the question that was asked.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I think, on the other hand, sorry, I just want to ask one more question. And what if you lost the 5'3", whatever that space is being used for now?
In which picture?
Sorry, on the right?
All right, the sink area.
The sink area. If the sink area would go away, and you kept the elevator, and you kept the stair, but you didn't have that sink area. So that means you'd be 5'3" back from Bainbridge.
That's the front of the building now, and that's never been visible. So we moved, you see, the upper portion of these slides shows the rear, the lower portion shows Bainbridge. Bainbridge has never posed a problem with visibility.
Right, but you see Bainbridge, is that what you see across from the park? Yeah.
No,
we see the rear, it's not.
the opposite side, you see the opposite
Okay,
side.
we're seeing from the rear, is that right?
Behind the row buildings.
Okay.
So
I think if...
Okay, understood.
In this alternate plan with the green, the visibility would be the same, it's just it wouldn't be full width, it would just be slightly narrower. I think what you're discussing, eliminating the elevator, would bring the addition back, it looks like 6 feet, which would then reduce its visibility.
Right.
Bring it back, you still have a bulkhead, it's just...
You're probably 4 feet above the roof.
It was still a bulkhead.
That would be,
It would stop being visible.
it's not being visible.
This is
what we're
a
trying to...
study that the applicant conducted, the alternate.
But this is keeping the elevator.
Yeah, that's the elevator bulkhead.
I think in situations like this where we've had very, very sort of clear, pristine street lines, I think we have basically allowed just for access and not for the other portions, which include, storage space or restrooms. And so even if there's some visibility, it was reduced to probably the smallest footprint. And so I think in this particular case, given its visibility, if they want to have access through a stair, that will allow them to use the rooftop, but we can limit it to just that and not allow for the elevator and the sink.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll ask them to work with staff to reduce the footprint. Are we clear about what we're allowing? It's just
So,
stair access.
Stair access, eliminate the elevator altogether to the top floor.
To the top floor.
And also eliminate the rest of the bathrooms and kitchen.
So it's just access to...
It's just access.
Just a stair bulkhead and...
And the problem with the hot tub, I mean...
You can't really see it, I think.
The hot tub, I don't care.
Just want to get that on the record.
Okay.
Go tell him.
All right, Diana?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, 291 adult... No, 120.
And we just close the hearing. Okay, go ahead, Diana.
Okay, let's start over again. In the matter of the certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, 120 Bainbridge Street, Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Row house built in 1899. Application is to construct a rooftop addition and install railings. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop addition will not eliminate any significant architectural historic features of the building, that the proposed addition will be set back from the Bainbridge Street facade and will not be visible over this primary facade. The visible railing above the rear facade will be simply designed featuring thin posts and line mesh, maintaining a high level of transparency and helping it recede from view. However, I find that the proposed addition is visible over the primary facades of buildings on Chauncey Street, as seen from going south along Fulton Street, and from vantage points within Fulton Park, and will detract from the streetscape. Therefore, the applicant should work with the staff so that the massing and material of rooftop addition be reduced to only permitting access through a stair bulkhead and eliminating other features that are visible from the Chauncey Street aspect. I think that covers it. Is that okay?
That was clear? Okay. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, item number 5 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 175207. This is 876 Sterling Place, located within Crown Heights North Historic District 2. This is an altered neo-Grec Queen Anne style row house designed by John L. Young and built circa 1889. The application is to legalize facade painting completed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Good morning, Commissioners. Egbert Preservation Staff. And I present you an application for 876 Sterling Place, located between Osland Avenue and New York Avenue in the Crown Heights North 2 Historic District. The proposal consists of legalization of the black and gray painted finish at the primary facade. A veneer brick was applied prior to designation and architectural features were removed at the bay. Christopher Chizin, the owner of the building, will explain this application further to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Chris Chazin, and my wife Beth Cohn and I purchased 876 Sterling Place in January of 2015. We moved in May. We have a couple of pictures just to walk through, the history of the building. This picture is, I believe, the 1940 tax authority picture. You'll see the original details, most of which have been removed prior to our purchase of the house. And in the subsequent years, a faux facade was put on, covering up that, the original detail. So as Egbert suggested, we did paint the gray for the facade and the black trim in an effort to replicate some of the diversity of the colors that were already existing on the block, as well as pick neutral colors that we thought reflected the historic nature of the building. A few more detailed pictures of the cornice that just highlight that the original detail, which we truly love, and one of the reasons we were interested in the house in the first place, are still visible. A view from across the street showing just some of the diversity in terms of colors. You see the far left, you see a pink, some white and red, some red in the original brick, so quite a diversity of perspectives. A little bit further from the street, this is from the Nostrand side, looking downward towards New York Avenue. Again, you'll see the variety of colors, including some other homes on the block that also have been painted painted gray. A similar view just showing the house in context from across the street. This is actually one of the things that we did as part of the discussion with the neighborhood association was just inform our neighbors of our plan to seek approval of the gray color. This is the vantage point of one of the neighbors, I believe, that actually was fine with that, as we also did the same process in seeking approval and informing neighbors on both sides of the house as well. This is we wanted to add a little bit of snow in just to make sure we're all on the same page about what great winter we're having thus far, but I think also just to put into context the additional gray houses that are on the street, including one that's to the far left that was painted gray from purple after we purchased the home.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any speakers on this item? All right, there are no speakers. Community Board 8 recommends approval, and they believe that the new color scheme is more aesthetically pleasing than the original, and they approve the changes after careful review. Okay, so if we have no other questions for the applicant, we will close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, comments? I think the applicant has shown that there's a wide variety of different colors. Block? Seems a gray color is appropriate. Okay. Michael?
Regarding 876 Sterling Place in the Crown Heights North Historic District 2, I recommend the application is to legalize facade painting completed without LPC permits. I recommend approval, finding that the original facade has been significantly altered by the removal of some decorative details and the installation of brick veneer. And painting the veneer brick will allow the building to better blend with the streetscape. That the gray and black color of the building is in keeping with the eclectic color palette found in the painted row houses within Sterling Place streetscape, and the proposed work will not damage or alter any significant historic architectural features of the building.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, item number 6 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 179435. This is 43 Rutland Road, located within the Prospect Lafayette Gardens Historic District. This is a neo-Renaissance style row house built in 1897 and designed by John J. Pettit. Application is to modify masonry openings at the rear facade.
That's got confusing. That's okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lyndon Robinson, staff. 43 Rutland Road is located on the north side of the street between Flatbush and Brooklyn Avenues. This application before you is for enlarging and combining masonry openings at the rear facade. For existing condition photographs of the rear facade. There are existing and proposed rear elevations. The proposed work is not visible from the public thoroughfare. This is being presented at the public hearing because the removal of the brick between the floor levels doesn't comply with staff level rules for combining masonry openings. For staff level approval, brick would have to be maintained between the floor levels. The applicant is here to present the proposal.
I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, we may have questions for you. We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
It's a pretty simple.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proportion of glass to masonry to be too high on this rear facade and feels that more work on the details could produce a more sympathetic facade. Thanks.
Thank you. Community Board 9 recommends approval of this application. Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, commissioners have any concerns with the proposal?
No, it's extremely modest change.
Modest is the proposal we've seen in a while.
Right. Okay, if nobody has any concerns, Wellington?
Okay. This is case number 1794-3543 Rutland Road at the Prospect Lafayette Gardens Historic District. The application is to modify the masonry opening at the rear facade. I recommend approval, finding that the combining and enlarging of masonry openings will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features or remove the full width of the rear facade. That the building is part of a road with simply designed rear facades, therefore the work will not diminish any significant unifying features of the road. That the infill includes a horizontal metal band between the floor levels, maintaining a visual reference to the separation of the levels. That the size of the opening and the fenestration of the infill will be compatible with the residential scale and character of the facade, and that the work will not be visible from a public thoroughfare.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 7 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 168636. This is 110 Washington Place, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It's a federal-style townhouse built in 1832-33 and altered in the 1880s with the addition of Queen Anne-style elements. The application is to legalize the construction of a rooftop addition in non-compliance with certificate of no effect, 142079.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're at Preservation Department staff. This application is for 110 Washington Place. It is a proposal for the construction of a rooftop addition in non-compliance with the certificate of no effect, 142079.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're at Preservation staff. So the application before you today is to legalize as-built conditions of a rooftop bulkhead. Commission staff approved the small bulkhead here circled in red a few years back with the staff level permit. And note there was an existing bulkhead close to but not on the rear facade also at that time. The bulkhead was not constructed at the approved location. It was relocated to the back end of the roof and more or less directly on top of the rear facade. So you're seeing a spiral stair to the floor below in the living room space, as well as an attached mechanical overhang. There is the as-built enlargement. And this is the as-built condition as seen from the donut looking up at the bulkhead from the rear yard. The applicants are here with additional information talking about the circumstances that lead into its as-built condition.
Hi, my name is Mindy Brill, and I live at 110 Washington Place in the top floor apartment, 800 square feet of one bedroom with my husband and 4- and 5-year-old children. And about 3 years ago, we decided to build this rooftop addition so we could move our bed out of the dining room and have a place to sleep. So we hired an architect and a contractor and went through the procedure of coming to landmarks and getting approval and building the box. That's what we call it in our house, a box. But between the landmarks approval and building, going to the DOB, there was a fire code discrepancy, so the staircase had to be moved, and the architect had to modify the plans. Then the addition was built, and we were going through the process of trying to get the C of O, and we found out that he never went back to landmarks after he modified the plans to get them approved. And we have been trying to rectify the situation since. We never intentionally did this. My family has a long, long history in the West Village. My husband grew up in this house, and we are trying to do everything possible to not have to tear it down or do any further construction. It would be a great hardship, not only financially, but emotionally. With 2 little children in the house, it was horrible going through it because we did live there while this was happening. The addition can't be seen from the street, so it's set far enough back. However, obviously you can see that it can be seen from the backyard. There are tall buildings surrounding and high up blocking our back view, so they could see the addition. However, if it was set back 3 feet, they could still see it. And the only other 2 locations, or 3, that can see the addition from the ground is our backyard garden and our direct neighbors to either side of us, their gardens, who both are in support of us keeping this addition. They know what's going on, and they are very sympathetic and would support us keeping this addition as is. And just in addition, I have gone to Community Board 2, who recommends approval, as well as the State Senator Brad Hoylman and City Council Member Corey Johnson. And I just want to stress that we want to do everything possible to make this legal. We did not do this intentionally. And thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, do you want to speak?
I can speak, I don't know, I think maybe much of it has already been covered. I just wanted to, if I could just show a couple other
Pictures.
Mindy's, Jordan Mose from Shell Novell on behalf of the applicant. These are the buildings behind the taller buildings that she was referring to. They're 6-story walk-up type buildings sort of with interior court spaces. And you can always see, this is just sort of a little legend here. Just gonna, this is from the front, just to further confirm. This is the adjacent building. The red door is 110 Washington. You can't see anything from the roof. In fact, where it was located, where it was supposed to originally be located, is farther back from the street than where it was originally approved. There is a rooftop enlargement on both buildings on either side at 108, which is here, which actually is visible from the street, and 112 has an enlargement as well. And you can see, so here are the rear yards, looking basically straight down. Here is the rear yard to 110 Washington. And then this is looking out really toward the front. You can see here, just quickly, this is the enlargement on 110 Washington. This is the enlargement on 108 Washington Place. And there's an enlargement in the back on 112 Washington Place. And so so this is, again, here's 112's enlargement. You can see it here. And while 108's enlargement is considerably far from the rear wall, they actually have a fence on the rear wall, on the building's rear wall. And then I just wanted to get to this to illustrate, we got on top of the roof of the taller buildings behind us, and I think what it really illustrates here is the variety of different things on the various roofs. So here again is 110 Washington. Here's the enlargement at 108 with their fence on the rear wall. Here's the enlargement at 112. They're set back several feet from the rear wall line. And then there are a variety of other, and I think we've highlighted them here. We tried to point to various structures or encumbrances along this block front. There's a stair bulkhead, there's another stair bulkhead, and there are, of course, a number of rear yard extensions at the first and second floors of these 3-story buildings along Washington Place. So we think that this is not a particularly disruptive, that's our position, that it's not a particularly disruptive and generally appropriate enlargement.
Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I just had a question. What's the depth of the rear yard? It doesn't seem...
It's 35 feet. The lots are 75 feet. The building is, I believe, 40-foot deep building, and they are, as you can see, the rear wall line of the buildings is fairly uniform. So it's, at least at our building, there's a 35-foot rear yard.
Okay.
And is it the case, as the drawing that was submitted, I guess, to the DOB suggests that the interior spiral staircase is actually as far up against that rear facade as it could possibly be? So changing it would actually mean removing that stair from where it is?
So that wasn't the original stair. The problem was that this stair, which was the stair that was going to provide access to that enlargement, encroached into a fireway along the side of the building. And that's why the architect then went to this design, which left the fireway area intact. The stairwell is actually, it's not shown on here, but was strategically located in the corner because there's also a fireplace right here on the third floor of the apartment where the girls live. And the 5-foot clear, 5-foot diameter circular stairs happens to fit perfectly between the fireplace and the rear wall. In fact, if you had to move the stairwell,
that's my question.
You would have to take out the fireplace, or you'd have to put the stairwell sort of in the middle of the room. I will say, and I discussed briefly with staff before, that there are theoretically other alternatives that could have solved the problem. For instance, I had a conversation with the architect where he said, well, we thought about, instead of running the stair sort of parallel to the street, we were going to run it perpendicular to the street along this wall, and that would have preserved that fire department areaway.
But he said it would have been very disruptive if, first of all, we put the stairway in the middle of the living room on the third floor, and then what is a relatively small apartment. And it would have required him to cut roughly 16 beams in the roof, which he felt was not advisable. Much preferable was to cut 3 or 4 beams that this stair required, or that the circular stair in this corner required.
Okay, other questions? Okay, any other questions for the applicants? Okay, the speakers on this item, I think there's just, there are 2 speakers. Sarah B. Hoffman.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah B. Natman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP strongly urges that the LPC deny approval of the legalization of this addition. Surely the addition that was built would not have been approved by LPC had the owner sought the agency's approval. It is completely inharmonious with the rear facade in terms of cladding, window placement, and its flush position with that facade. The Commission therefore should not legalize this work now. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay, the Historic Districts Council. I'll just note that our committee was troubled by the present condition of the addition and would obviously prefer that the previously approved design be constructed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we did receive a letter from State Senator Hoylman, who supports this project, as well as Councilmember Johnson and the community board as well. I think we just recognize that that this was driven by a building code, or rather fire code issue.
By the
Mistake, right. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right. These cases are always complicated because if we had reviewed it, we probably wouldn't allow this, and even if it wasn't something that we previously approved, it could be still something else. So I think one way of looking at it is to see if there are ways we can potentially mitigate the impacts of it. And so what would we do normally? I think we would touch the same 3 things that somebody mentioned, which would be where it's located and its extrusion from the rear wall. The second would be its finishes, and maybe the third would be the amount of fenestration. And we would probably support an addition, but with those changes. So I think the real problem here is that the wall extrudes, and normally we want that to set back. And by asking them to set it back, it would have at least significant implications on the main living room, because it really would require them to relocate their staircase and put it in somewhere which would be more in the middle of the room below. So one suggestion that I have is that some part of it could be set back, but maybe not the entire thing. So it seems that the mechanical room is separate from the stair, and perhaps that can be pushed back further or eliminated if they don't need it. And I think that the treatment of the wall can be something that is more compatible in terms of its color and material, so it doesn't come across as this. I think that's the first thing that struck me, that the finish of the extruded wall, and maybe if we ask them to, I would be okay with working with staff to find a sort of suitable material and color to mitigate that impact. Yes?
I agree 100%, and I think for me, while it's clear we'd never have approved this in its location and with its design, and I think a mitigating factor to just take a totally hard line on it is the fact that it is relatively invisible, that there's really not a strong donut per se, and that it's amidst various other rooftop accretions. So I think that what I would suggest is, I think setting any part of it back is going to be a real hardship for them if they're occupying it. So I would suggest two things that we could consider. One, the best thing, given what you got, would be to glaze it and make it like a roof light, like a north light, I think. And that would be a typical rooftop accretion you would see in the village. It would be about that scale. It could even start coplanar, maybe angle back or go straight. So that would be suggestion one. Suggestion two, you've got standing seam copper, if I'm not mistaken, immediately to the left. That would be a much more appropriate material. And third is the fenestration. If they can't do a north light style thing, then consider trying to carry up the windows from the facade below. Oh, and lastly, the parapet. It would be very easy to fix the parapet so that it was continuous and didn't step down that 8 inches or whatever it steps down. It would just make it look a tad less like a mistake.
But just to clarify what you're saying, the hardship sounds like it would be, or the difficulty for the family, it has to do with construction sort of ongoing. So replacing the facade with another material, or are you saying covering it?
Well,
because replacing it would be just the same as...
If you were to do a reglazing or modification, what you'd have to do is to put up a piece of plastic on the inside and put new windows in and then mess around with that back wall. It would be moderately disruptive. The least disruptive thing would be to clad it with a different material, and then any modification to the windows, whether it was a major one or a minor one, would involve doing some work that would affect the interior surface of that wall. And I think the question is, how much work would we ask them to do? And I think that certainly on the right side, where you're adjacent to the stair, you're not going to affect their ability to kind of be in the space. And I think that if you had a good contractor, you could probably do the whole thing without, you might take 8 inches on the interior just for a piece of plastic and do most of the work from the outside.
Is the level of the hardship the standard that we're supposed to be using?
No, I'm assuming no. Yeah, you say.
The level of the hardship is not the basis.
No, it's not. I was just asking in terms of, he made a point that there was a disruption.
It's not the basis for for appropriateness, but we're people and we hear things. But I would just say, agree with Michael on one thing, which is I think that the particular context over here is, luckily, it is not as pure as some of the other blocks, and it does have, it's much more dense. It's not, there are rooftop additions, they're not all lined together, some of them set back, some of them have fences. So there is some variety at the rear. So your suggestion, Michael, was that in fact let the building be as is, but treat the facade with some cladding and punching some windows.
I'd be okay with that. I think...
Yeah, that's an option.
I think if we were doing it from scratch, that would be the closest to something that I could approve as a flush rear yard addition, would be if it were a north light, a little bit tinted, That would be the closest, I would say. I just throw them out there, see what...
It's an option,
I would agree with that and support it. I am also wondering, though, about the mechanical room. If it's possible, meaning, is there no, if there's not equipment right up next to the wall, if that wall could be put back a foot and a half or something like that. Maybe the amount of the cant, if it's possible to get a cant in there as well. I think that would help a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you create an articulation there, that will help.
Okay, so what it means is that basically the wall can remain at that edge, but would be treated differently, either in glazing or in metal and with some canting. Can we ask the applicant to work with staff on that?
Yeah, and then if it's not possible, I could come back if necessary.
Right, if there's if they can't resolve it, it can come back to us, right?
You know, I'm a little uncomfortable.
Yes.
I'm thinking that it should come back, honestly. I mean, we never would have approved this initially. We're hearing about the hardship, and we're human beings and sympathetic. But I think the fact that it was an egregious error that caused this, we ought to really see it again.
That's fine, we can ask them to.
And I would
Let's
suggest...
explore some of the ideas.
To make it a little bit more concrete for the staff, I would say that the two options that I would suggest that the applicant consider are, number one, the canting with the modification to the mechanical room. And if that's something that, you know, is for one reason or another not acceptable, then keep the wall, reclad it with standing seam, and realign the windows. And if this, you know, maybe that would be sufficient. I don't know.
Okay, and we'll ask them to come back and show us that. Okay, we're not going to act on this right.
Okay.
That's good.
All right, then, Commissioners, the next item number 8 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 176576. This is 54 Charles Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek Revival-style row house designed by Solomon Banta and built in 1893. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, excavate the rear yard, and alter the rear facade.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah Ripple, Preservation Staff. This is 54 Charles Street, located on the south side of the street between West 4th Street and 7th Avenue South within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It is part of a row of 5 Greek Revival row houses that are relatively unchanged at Charles Street. The rear and partial side at 54 Charles were exposed when 7th Avenue South was cut through the neighborhood in 1917 and have remained exposed since designation due to the one-story building on 7th Avenue South. The visible east facade is clad in clapboard and seems to be a historic extension predating 7th Avenue South. The proposal before you today is for a one-story rooftop extension with a roof deck atop the addition, excavation of the full rear yard, demolition of the existing non-historic greenhouse at the rear, and alteration to the rear facade openings at the non-visible first and second floors. The rooftop addition is entirely visible from 7th Avenue South, and the chimney extensions and mechanical units are visible from Charles Street. The architect, David Jang, is here to walk you through the details of the proposal and to answer your questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. So the proposed buildings, 5 buildings away from 7th Avenue, and as you can see, the location of it. And currently, there's a greenhouse in the back that's 26 feet setback from the property line. So, and this is the location of our building proposed site. For the front facade, this is existing. So the front facade, we try to keep, you know, the integrity of the historical outlook. So if you look at the next proposed, we're proposing to have an extension on the 4th floor, which is around 7'6", above the roof line here, the existing roof line, as well as setting back 50 foot. And we're not changing any of the windows, the stoops, any of the original context for this building. And as you can see, this is a diagram, the sectional diagram, where this is 754 Charles Street, this is the rear yard. And what we're doing is, we're doing a 50-foot setback, you know, keeping this original roof to ceiling line from this point, extend it all the way back, and then have a floor ceiling height of 8 foot. That's, and then this portion is 7'6" on top of the parapet to the original parapet. And on the back, you know, as made the discussion with the staffs, this side is recommended to push the rear new addition 3 foot away, so that, you know, that you have a good distinction between the proposed and the existing. And as for the the rear, the cellar extension, the floor plate, the original floor, we're keeping the original floor plate, and then we're just dropping 30 inches down, and then extend it all the way back, but leaving 5 foot away from the rear property line. And this is the original look, the existing of the rear facade. As you can see, the greenhouse here, and we'll be taking that away, and then just maintaining this line, and then having, instead of 26 foot away, setback away from the property line, we're having, comply with the DOB, which is right now is 34 feet away from the property, the rear property line. And as visibility aspect, we're keeping the originally top 2 rows of windows, so that it maintain the same window line as the adjacent building. And then the line of this parapet right here, we maintain it and then push back to 4 inches to have this distinction between the old and the new. And then additional 2 foot 8. That's where the rear addition is. And this is a diagram of the new addition. The green will be the existing, and the yellow will be the new extension. So you can see we're extending the chimney for DOB, and also the elevator bulkhead. That's 5 feet above the finished floor on the roof, and the mechanical unit on this side, on the west side of the building, which is 4'10" above the roof line, and it is currently around 17 foot away from the front property line.
Can I ask you a question before you move off that? Yep. Just go back a minute. What is the little bit of yellow on top of the green rear facade that you're adding? It looks like around 2 feet. What is that? And I noticed in the elevation as well, like a new stone band along the top.
Oh, you mean this portion?
Yeah. What is that?
That's, well, to go back to the section here, because the roof line, it's a sloped roof line, and then in order to keep this, the original, because this roof is, it's a sloped, line, and then same for the floor plate. So if you, later on, I'm going to introduce on the sections more precisely, but I'm raising this up because back here, right now, currently 6'10" floor to ceiling. So we're maintaining this, same roof line over here instead of having a, slope roof going down. So that's why, so if you look back here, that's what this little portion here, that's being extended, but it's also pushed back 4 inches so that you still maintain this, this line right here. But overall, this is pushed back 3 feet from the face of the rear building.
Right. Okay, thanks.
And so the next, we'll just look at the current context around the neighborhood. Right now, we'll start with 54 Charles Street, looking east and west, the current context, the historic context. And then the next, we'll be looking at 7th Avenue, which is not quite, it's pretty uneven in a way. So right now, we're going to start from the very south side, almost to Christopher Street, and move our way up. As you can see, different varieties of context going on in this area. And this is currently, we're sitting on the south side of, between our building, our proposed block, and this is where the current new construction is, on 7th Avenue. That's another neighboring building. And as you can see, as mentioned prior, our addition is more visible from 7th Avenue, and this is our mock-up right here. And this is sitting right across from 7th Avenue, and this is another construction that's going on right here. And then move our way up, just to give you a context of the 7th context of 7th Avenue. And now we're moving to the mock-up photos. So first, we're standing on this corner, and you don't really see much unless you stand right at this corner right here. You sort of see the chimney extension. And after discussion with the staff, we thought we were going to do the flue extension instead of extending the brick itself. So that, because when you look at here, going back, you can see the pre-existing flue that's visible. So we try to maintain that instead of adding another volume that's visible from this corner. And then as we move our way down, as I mentioned before prior, this is a more visible portion. And this will be the rendering, just in comparison. This is the mock-up, and this is the rendering. And this is a more close-up. And just to point out, this is the, on the back side, you will see the chimney extension. As I was saying, it doesn't represent the volume that we're trying to, this is just the highest point that we need to reach. So that means this portion are all can be the metal flue that goes up instead of, the entire volume that goes up. And then as we move along, we come to the corner on the other side of Charles Street. We can see, originally it's more visibility of the building and the mechanical, and then because we've been working with the staff, we dropped the building down by 12 inches, and then also just try to make the mechanical less visible, so we also drop another 12 inches, but still we can see a little tiny glimpse of it. That'll be here when you're standing right on 57 Charles Street, that's somewhere around here. A little tiny glimpse of it right behind the chimney. And as well as if you stand at this corner, you will see a little bit of the chimney extension as well as the mechanical. But once you move towards across the street from our block, you're not going to see anything, but you see the context of the adjacent construction. And this is just standing in front of the building. You're not going to see any of our extension from the front and from the corner of 7th and Charles. And this is a rendering of our building as well as the new adjacent construction. That's the context. Looks.
Okay. All right. Questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant at this point? Okay, we'll take testimony. Babazay?
Babazay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed added bulk to be unjustified. Located near an extremely visible thoroughfare in a heavily trafficked and well-loved historic district, this addition calls too much attention to itself. Thank you.
Sarah Bain-Attman.
Sarah Bain-Attman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The GVSHP feels that the proposed rooftop addition is excessively large. From the vantage point of 7th Avenue, this addition will make the building stand out from its neighboring row houses like a sore thumb and read as an apartment house within row houses. We find the proposed window at the rear elevation is overwhelming to that elevation. We recommend that it be reduced in scale and that the new window design draw its cues from the historic fenestration at the upper floors. We are also concerned about the potential impact of the extensive excavation planned as part of this alteration upon both 54 Charles Street and the neighboring properties. As always in such cases, we urge the Commission to ensure that the highest care and all necessary precautions are taken in order that no damage results from the below-ground work proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is another speaker, Levy?
Hi, my My name is Mark Levy. I'm living on the block at 247 West 4th Street. I oppose the height of the addition proposed by the owner of 54 Charles Street. We're not talking about a roof addition, but the construction of a complete new floor. The townhouse would become the highest house and completely disproportioned on the whole block. This portion of Charles Street, I'm a member of Charles Street Association. This portion of Charles Street is a very historical part where the houses have been very well preserved. I don't doubt that if such addition was granted, most houses would ask for themselves, and that would completely change the historical aspect of this portion of Charles Street. Also, as you will see, the way I took those pictures with a simple iPhone are very different from the one that were presented today, and there is just the one of a simple pedestrian. The addition is visible from Charles Street, from the corner of West 4th, and of course extremely visible from 7th Avenue. Once again, we saw that this roof addition is totally out of proportion with the block and its historical integrity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 2 approves the rooftop, but they deny the rear. Let's just see. Recommends approval of the rooftop addition and the lower level excavation, but denial of the rear facade. The rear facade? Do you have a picture of the rear facade? Can you show that?
The rear elevation.
The rear elevation, yes.
There we go. Oh, yeah, that's right.
All right. Can you go to the picture of, it's like an axonometric from the top where you have the yellow, the colors? Okay, so what I can gather from here is that all these buildings on this block of Charles and 7th Avenue, they're 3 stories, is that correct? And yours is the 4th story?
Right.
Okay. And across the street as well?
Across the street, there are 2 additions, on Western. Across the street, there are 2 additions on Charles Street that are basically the same level as us, if not higher.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Do we have other questions?
And also, I just want to point out, on the adjacent building right here, like, this, 56 Charles Street, there's also a rooftop reception.
Yeah.
But not a habitable floor, is it? It looks awfully low if it's a habitable floor. Looks like it's just a raised roof.
There's one on the other back or something.
Is that your understanding of that?
No, I mean,
What is that?
we're not sure of the floor ceiling heights inside that building, so it's hard to understand.
But it looks like the addition itself is maybe 3 or 4 feet at the most in the center.
When I'm standing on the roof, definitely the addition is above my head at the peak.
Okay.
It does taper off to the edges.
Okay.
I guess that gives rise to the question, how tall is yours then?
Like I said, on this point, if you're, standing from the front compared to the parapet right here, the difference is 7'6".
What's the
and
floor?
then from the back, sorry?
What's the floor?
Floor is 8 foot. So basically, if we go quickly to the section drawing on A31, this line right here is the original, the line of the original. So in order to keep this roof line, we just extended that and then raised up, so that, we're not trying to build above this.
We cut into the 3rd floor, took this and ceiling out the 3rd floor, we sank the addition into it, so we had less of a presence.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, can you go to page 19? So what we're seeing now in the bottom image, is that the full addition, those 3 windows? Without that, right, the addition begins underneath the 3 windows, is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So at this point, what exists there is a lower building, but that's significantly lower, or one story lower than the building on 7th Avenue, is that right? Or the front building, which is 4 stories, is it?
It's 4 stories.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, I've been to the south, in fact, a couple of times, and so it's sort of interesting. I think that you have these vistas into the mid-block, or into, not the mid-block, but into the rear yards, because of the geometry and what's happened on 7th Avenue. And when you view it from 7th Avenue, it doesn't read in any particularly strong vocabulary. However, I think having gone there, and also looking at some of the drawings here, I do feel that the rooftop addition is out of scale, and I think it would be better if they actually cut it back. If you go to the drawing which shows the 3D drawing, and you look at the other rooftop additions in the block, while we've allowed it, or they may have pre-existed, get that one, they're definitely much smaller in scale. So I think that, for me, to make it appropriate, I feel that they should cut back the addition from the rear lot line, and maybe to, I don't know how much it is, maybe to where you have the chimneys, but I think that would go a great deal in sort of massing the building. I think one of the points that was made, and somewhat persuasive, is that when there's sort of a row house start looking more like a multiple dwelling, and I think in this case, those renderings actually kind of make it look like a multiple dwelling. In fact, it looks like the building at the corner, which is 4 stories. So I think that I could support some change over here. I think I could support a rooftop addition, but I would say that they should cut it back from the rear.
As opposed to, what about cutting it back from the front? So that, it can continue to read as tall as it did in that page 19, from 7th Avenue, which is already a kind of a violent cut, and all continues to read that way. But on Charles Street, there's no, I know it's not visible anyway, but...
See, when I went there, I didn't find the visibility walking down from 7th Avenue and looking into Charles Street particularly problematic. So I didn't feel that that's where we need to cut back. But I think that it does have a very prominent view from the mid-block, not from the mid-block, from 7th Avenue into the rear. And I think that, in my opinion, I feel that would go a long way in massing the building to make it look better.
I agree with you that I think that the vista from 7th Avenue, even though serendipitous historically, I think it's significant, and I think it would be too much. I think that they could lose that one back room. The plan shows 2 rooms on that floor plus a vestibule, and it would really return to being a rooftop addition as opposed to a full building extension. I think they could also look perhaps at the material used. I mean, there's evidence of a 19th century wood clapboard on this very house, which might further make the addition look like an addition and allow the original volume to read. And lastly, I think that if they were to further sink down the 3rd floor and 4th floor, you could probably eliminate any visibility from the front. You've got 10-foot floor to floor on, 10.5-foot floor to floor on both buildings with probably about a 12-inch structure. That means 9.5-foot interiors. And while that's perfectly nice and lovely, I think that given our concerns about visibility, I think that could be reduced.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, and at least for me, I didn't have any issues with the excavation. I know some people raised it, and I didn't even have an issue with the treatment and the facade of the lower levels, because I think we've allowed that. Okay, so we're not going to take action today. We'll ask the applicants to come back and make those changes.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 9, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 177528. This is 19-21 Grove Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a pair of apartment houses designed by Bruno Berger and built in 1891. The application is to alter the building space.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 19 through 21 Grove Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The building is located on the north side of Grove Street, near the intersection with Bedford Street. For your reference, this is the existing conditions photograph. The buildings were combined, the facade reclad, and this one new entrance created prior to the designation of the district. The proposal is to reclad the building's base in a cast stone tinted to mimic brownstone, relocate the easternmost flat arch, which is a little difficult to see in this photo, it's underneath this fire escape, from over these windows to over the primary entrance, and to install new entrance infill and light fixtures. The applicant is here to further explain the proposal and answer your questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Seth Roy from Kramer Architects, the architect of record for this project. So, as Emma just described, we're going to be taking this building, we've been asked to take to restore as much as possible the street level elevation of this building to the closest resemblance of its original condition. Originally, the building was two separate buildings with two separate entranceways. It was two separate multiple dwellings, and the two separate entrances were marked by these flat decorative arches, which still exist. At some point during the 1960s, the original ornament at the bottoms of these buildings was ripped off, was reclad with brick, and the two original entrances were removed. There were some alterations to the interior, and a new single entrance at sidewalk level was installed. I'm just going to come back to that in a second. So here's the best photo that we have of the original two buildings. Here's one door, and here's the second entrance. These two entrances are currently marked by that flat arch, which was inside the door in front of it. So that flat arch, so that's these two entrances as shown in the existing photos. In addition, among the ornament that was stripped were these decorative window surrounds and these alternating kind of corbelled brownstone bands. So our proposal here is the existing elevation, the flat brick with the windows. Because we can't do a true restoration, because the entrance has been moved and the owners have there's no change in use, this is an existing occupied building, it will remain occupied during the work. We came up with a scheme to restore entrance enfraintment which matches in spirit and in style the original, and to restore the window surround so that the fenestration is not identical to the original. And part of the alteration is to take the panel, the decorative panel which is over these windows over here on the east, move them over the door just because historically they match the door entrance. And then this panel, which is currently over just a plain brick band, just to give it sort of a grounding and purpose, is to provide just a ghosted window or door opening with stucco just at that stone, just to ground it, to give it purpose. As part of the alteration will also be to install new lighting by the entrance. And just to go back, just to be clear, there are currently air conditioning vents on these windows. The owners have actually opted to remove those vents as well, so the through-wall air conditioners will be removed, and just the decorative panel will remain in that line. There is an areaway below. The plan is to clad the areaway in the same brownstone as the brownstone above. There was no historic areaway. So here's just some basics. The existing section right now is just the flat clad brick with the air conditioning sleeve. We can see that the alteration is essentially going from the second floor windowsill band downward. The band right now is in poor condition, and we will restore where possible, replace where needed. And this just shows this is a section through a typical window. This is a section through the ghosted panel with the stucco, and this is a section through the door, which was designed to try to match the original door enframement. It's a little bit lower, again, because of the different grade entrance. Again, just a rendered existing, and this is the proposed facade. Only other item I think that of note is the entrance door itself is also planned to be replaced. What we did is we just went back to the earliest photograph that we could see the door, and that's the door that we've designed.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Sarah B. Knappman.
Sarah B. Knappman, Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP is in favor of the restoration proposal for 19 to 21 Grove Street. We appreciate and laud the attention paid to the historic details in creating this design. Further, the reuse of the historic lintels is thoughtful and appropriate. Bringing back this part of the facade will not only benefit the structure itself, but also this historic thoroughfare. We would only add that the proposed new door, while an improvement over the current door, is modeled on the circa 1940 door from the tax photo. Installing a door consistent with the period of construction of the building to which the rest of the facade is being restored would be ideal. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay, Historic Districts Council. HDC appreciates and welcomes the motivation to help restore this building's base, but asks that the applicant work with staff to further refine the details, some of which seemed a little bit awkward to a committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? The Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other comments or questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Any comments?
Work closely with staff. It's all going to be in that. The drawings are fine, the motivation is great, but the detailing is going to either work or not work based on that careful coordination with staff.
Okay, good. So then we can move to decision. Okay.
In the matter of 19 to 21 Grove Street in Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to alter the building's base. I recommend approval, noting that the work is restorative in nature, that the removal of the existing modern brick cladding, entrance infill, and awning will not cause the removal of any original historic fabric, nor will it eliminate features of a significant later alteration. That although the building was originally built as two buildings with separate entrances, maintaining a single entrance is, in its existing location, is necessitated by the combination and reorganization of the buildings. That was done in the mid-20th century and will help maintain existing barrier-free access into the building. That the proposed cladding will closely replicate the historic brownstone in terms of color, texture, and details, that the proportions, profiles, and compositional organization of the ornamental elements will help unify the design and recall the character of the historic base, that the historic flat arches with keystone masks will be retained and incorporated into the proposed design, that the relocation of the easternmost historic flat arch above the windows to above the entrance will return the historic relationship between the flat arch and the building entrance. That the proposed recessed stucco panel beneath the westernmost flat arch will provide visual cues to the location of the original building entrance and is well integrated into the design. That the proposed door and side light will be sympathetic to the type of entrance infill historically found in found on buildings of this age and style, and that the proposed light fixture will be simple in design, typical in terms of placement, and well scaled to the facade.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 10 on the agenda is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 179154. This is 82 West 12th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a neoclassical style apartment building designed by Lewis Korn and built in 1902 to 03. The application is to alter the entrance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danner, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Greenwich Village Historic District on the south side of West 12th Street between 5th and 6th Avenue. The applicant is proposing to alter the facade of the entrance by installing a tinted cast stone entablature above the entranceway. And please note that the original portico was removed prior to designation and before 1940, as the tax photo shows. The applicant is here to present this application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Woolley, Higgins, Quays, Barth & Partners, for the preservation consultants for the project. This is an application to install a cast stone entablature in this area above the door and window. The existing condition is a result of various changes over time. We'll see a couple of photographs to get a better sense of what happened. Here's a 1930 photograph of the projecting portico that originally occupied the entryway. At that time, the fire escape ended at the 3rd floor. At some time between this 1930 photograph and tax photo in 1940, a steel marquee was installed across this entire area. And so that actually resulted in this existing condition, which starts by 1940. Portico is gone, and this actually is a concrete panel up here. The fire escape is lowered to the 2nd floor, and it has concrete supports below it. So here is the existing condition. Concrete supports for that added basket to the fire escape. The existing condition is basically scar tissue from these various changes over time, and basically everything below the window and door head is limestone, and everything above is concrete. And there's a detailed photograph there. And so the application is really just trying to establish some sense of hierarchy and termination for the entryway. This application is part of a larger restoration of the base that's being handled at staff level. We did a couple of probes. The whole base is painted just to try to understand what materials we were dealing with. You can see here this is a limestone pier with the concrete panel located in here. There's been some concrete patching at the lower section of the base, and then this is all concrete. This is the area right over the door where there's a large crack and has several generations of patching. And then there's limestone on the base proper. So here's the proposal. It is a cast stone entablature attached through the concrete patch above the door. It's modeled on the entablature of the building base and aligns roughly with this lower course and has a cornice above with carved building address number, typical of, or similar to where you see building names carved into entablatures or cartouches on buildings in the district. Detail, the incised letters are 6 inches tall, and the overall height of the entablature is about a foot and projects about 4 inches from the face of the concrete. And then just in context, the overall plan and a detailed elevation. The architect, Jorge Arias, is here.
What's behind the concrete, you know?
There's a beam at some point in there, but they haven't done a probe to locate it. Let's go back.
I mean, the concrete where you're going to be taking your limestone and kind of slapping it on the front of the concrete panel. Do you know how deep that concrete panel is, or how far it goes?
No, we haven't done probes to see how deep the concrete goes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I wondered if, I understand that obviously there are names of buildings that are incised. Are there any other examples of numbers incised over, like, this is a residential building, and so, is there anything that the architect presents as a...
The basis of it was really the idea of the named building. Louis Corn, the architect of this building, has another building in the district with a projecting portico, and the name was carved on the front. So the idea was that the building number would sort of carry that same presence.
Thank you.
And activate the panel a little bit, the blank panel.
Mhm.
Felt a little bare.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Bob Rosé?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC asks that effort be made to restore the lost portico around the entrance as seen in the 1930s photograph, as it would dramatically improve the proportions and character of the entire building. Taking this theme a step further, the restoration of the lost cornice would also do wonders for the facade's configuration. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Carol Wrightsay here? All right, we just received a letter from Carol Wrightsay raising concerns about whether the frieze was lacking any historic reference and to make sure that the revisions are in the spirit of the Historic District. Community Board 2 recommends approval. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. Right, comments?
So just following up on Michael, your question, do you think that there's a chance that the original gymnasium piece is actually behind the concrete? No, it would have been forward. Yeah, and I think I agree with Diana's kind of, you asked the question, but it was implied, which is that it's strange to name in words the building incised in the limestone or concrete, or whatever it is, 82. I don't think we've ever seen that.
It's odd. It's a little strange.
Right, I think just historically, if it's been engraved, it's the name of the building.
Yes.
Maybe something like a circle with an 82 in it or something might be more typical, but it just seems a little odd.
All that's good is new territory. Doesn't seem too daring.
It's not that. Okay, any concerns? Yeah.
I'm okay with the 82, even though it is a little bit weird, but what bugs me, and which I think they could handle with staff, is it's extraordinarily weird to have an entablature that's hanging out several inches in front of the face of the pilaster. That's like classic architecture sin. And I would ask them if they could either recess it back so that it was in plane with the pilaster, or carry it further out and maybe build out the pilaster. It's just, it's one of those things that makes like bad mall postmodern architecture look different than proper classical architecture, is that you never see the frieze popping out like that, just kind of hanging in the frieze. It looks funny to me. But it's a staff level thing. It's a detail thing.
Okay, we can ask them to work with staff on that. Adi, do you want to read? Including that comment?
So we're not going to give this building another name, a real name? No? Okay. In the matter of, very good. In the matter of 82 West 12th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the application is to alter the entrance. I'll note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District, and also note that the original entrance portico was removed prior to designation. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work above the West 12th Street building entrance at the location of an original portico that was removed will not result in loss or damage to any historic fabric, that the proposed entablature featuring cast stone tinted to match the historic limestone pilasters will utilize architectural details and profiles found elsewhere in the building, that the installation of the entablature will provide a terminating element to the limestone pilasters that remain, will result in harmonious composition at the primary building entrance. That the engraved lettering will be proportional to the proposed entablature and will be in keeping with the historic use of the building identification signage on apartment buildings, and that the proposed alterations at the front facade will enhance the special historic architectural character of the building and the historic district, and that the entablature the applicant should work with staff to make sure that the entablature sets flush or behind the capitals, the tops of the piers.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed?
Yes. No.
Is it yes or no?
Yes, I'm opposed, yes. Okay, the application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 11 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 173471. This is 54 Bond Street, the Bowery Lane Theater, an individual landmark. This is a French Second Empire-style building designed by Henry Engelbart and built in 1874, and the application is to install a bracket sign.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 54 Bond Street, the Bowery Lane Theater, an individual landmark located at the southwest corner of Bond Street and the Bowery, also within the NoHo Historic District. The proposal is to install a bracket sign at the first floor of the Bowery facade through the cast iron. This application is before the Commission today because staff level rules do not allow for penetrations of signage through cast iron. Please note that the facade was recently restored and the signage armature is proposed at an area of new cast iron. Here to present the proposal is Augustine Pechinoff.
Good afternoon. My name is Augustine. Thank you for having me. Again, we're proposing to reinstall an existing bracket sign on a historic building that used to be the Bowery Lane Theater. So there's an existing tent, my firm recently renovated the ground floor space of the John Barrett Salon, and right next to it, within the same building, is the Billy Reed store, which has an existing bracket sign. There used to also be an existing bracket sign on the corner of Bowery and Bond Streets that we'd like to replace to reflect the current tenant signage. The current sign design features the John Barrett lettering, which has a kind of classical font, and in addition to that, the background matches the same color as the existing, their new renovated building. In order to prevent water from infiltrating the newly renovated and restored cast iron facade, we're proposing a gasket behind the steel plates, and that's I think all I can say about that.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? There are no speakers, and Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do you have any questions? We can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, I think this is very straightforward.
It's
A beautiful restoration. Very nice. Okay, great, John.
Matter of docket number 17-3471, 54 Bond Street, the Bowery Lane Theater, an individual landmark application is to install a bracket sign. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed size and location of the bracket sign on the Bowery facade is in keeping with the commercial and manufacturing character of the buildings along this wide thoroughfare and within the NoHo Historic District, that the proposed location relates to the retail tenant space it serves, that the building has been recently restored and a sign will be mounted at a new cast iron replacement unit, and that the design and materials of the proposed bracket sign featuring metal with gray painted lettering are in keeping with the materials palette of the building.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application approved. So we will break for lunch, and we will be back here at 1:05?
Located within the NoHo Historic District. This is a colonial revival-style institutional building designed by Alicia H. James and August W. Cordis and built in 1913. The application is to modify the parapet, construct rooftop additions, install a glass guardrails, storefronts, and signage, to modify window and door openings, replace windows, and modify the entry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline King from the Preservation Department. This application is to alter a building in the NoHo Historic District at 248 to 252 Lafayette Street, and the proposal includes the following. There's an existing rooftop addition that dates from 1924, and the intention is to extend it across the entire roof, modify window openings throughout the front facades, alter window openings at the ground floor to create a commercial presence, lower the entrance to grade, and do some storefront infill within this bay, And there is also mechanical bulkheads on the roof and signage on the Bond Street facade. And with that, I'll pass it on to the applicants. The team, do we have from Annabelle Selberg's office is here?
Arrows forward, and that's the corner. Yeah, that's fine. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and Julie from Selberg Architects. And I will back up a little bit to talk a little bit more about the project. The location is the southwest corner of Lafayette and Bond Street. The building is here in this photograph and here in this photograph. It's a project that will be going before the BSA to seek a variance for retail use at the ground floor, as well as single retail use, so that they will be allowed to have retail in the building. It's a relatively small footprint, so that was something the owner is pursuing. The building was constructed in 1913. That's the earliest photograph. Sorry, I'm not used to the earliest photograph is from 1914. This is prior to the 1924 rooftop addition. In 1940, the tax photo shows the rooftop addition. You can also see in these earlier photographs where this entry at the south end of the building, which looks like this now, was actually used as a stable entry. The building was constructed by the New York Women's League for Animals. It was an animal hospital, so it has a little bit of a quirky configuration on the interior, which is also, you cannot quite see this here, but oops, I'm sorry. Go this way. The entrance is raised here, and when you go inside, you actually go up to a first floor up here, or split down to a lower level here, which somehow connected to this stable entry. So if I just go, all right, this is the existing section of the kind of first floor cellar basement level, which we are proposing to bring to grade. So I'll just go back here to revisit So I noted the addition that was put on in 1924, and then subsequent to that, these are the current photographs today. This fire escape, we don't have a date for when it was added. We think it was in the 60s or 70s. At that time, many of these openings have been modified over the years. There was a door that was put here in an odd place for the fire escape. And lastly, you can kind of see the detail of the base where these kind of irregular openings are. So back to our proposed modifications. I think Caroline explained most of them fairly well. At the top, we are extending the 1924 addition across to complete the kind of building and restore the symmetry. The railing that exists here on these three bays, we are proposing to reinstall on these two, and I should note there's actually one around the corner. So there are 4 existing, and we're proposing to reuse those 4. The masonry openings on this level are staying the same. On this level, you'll see that we are lowering the sills over what you see here. But all the sort of detailed masonry work will remain. And here is where that fire escape door is, and we're sort of creating these 3 windows that will be like these 3 windows. This is the old stable entry that we are proposing to reopen again, back to its original configuration. And this is where the accessible entry will be, and these 2 rows of windows will now be part of the first floor retail space. And in order to have more public, more visible, and more inviting presence, these are the lower band where we are showing the kind of larger openings. Go forward to the Bond Street elevation is here, and this is the Jones Alley elevation, which is very hard to see straight on like that actually in reality.
There was originally some signage at this location of the building, and we are proposing that we would be allowed to put signage back there, proposing pinned bronze letters. We are stripping the paint off of the base, which is a granite base. This is currently a metal coping. As it wraps the building, we would be extending that. This is sort of showing the regularizing of the windows on the back where the fire escape would be removed. These are some of the detail. Just wanted to go ahead to where the mock-up is shown, which is, oops, let me go back here. So you see in the lower two images, the orange, the orange fencing, I don't know if you can see that, is the extension of the 1924 addition. And up here in the back is our stair and elevator bulkhead that's required for the new stair and elevator that is part of the project as well. These are some close-ups of the existing roof as it appears now. That's the iron railing that I mentioned. And this is from up on the roof that shows the stair bulkhead. This is where some mechanical units are going. Those are not visible from the street. That's here in this photograph. I can show you in plan. That's the bulkhead in plan up on the roof. And I think, and this is a detail of the signage.
So that's the only signage you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay, questions?
Just a quick question. On page 4, the 1940s tax photo, it appears as though the windows on the ground floor are a bit bigger than the ones that we have today. Keep going. That one. Is that just because these are punched openings inside of white, whereas now we hardly see them, or were the sills sort of raised a bit? Because those seem a bit bigger.
They do look taller than
Yeah.
what is here today.
Yeah.
I don't know, we don't have like historical information on
But,
that.
okay, so, but they do look taller, so that there's a little history of some, maybe, you don't think so, Michael? You think they're the same?
I'm looking at it, it's like, I can't imagine what they could have made taller. I mean,
I think this way.
Maybe the sidewalk got higher.
Yeah, I think the sidewalk got higher in
That could be.
Mm-hmm.
The subway runs down the streets of most of those.
Fred?
I have a question. Help me make the case that it's more appropriate to add to the right-hand side than it is to subtract from the left-hand side. Because we have to make that case and vote on it. In other words, we have to find it appropriate, that this whole addition is appropriate.
Well, the existing building is within the FAR, it's actually under the FAR that's allowed. And in looking at the opportunity to sort of maximize, or at least, we're not even maximizing, but to take advantage of the FAR that's there, we studied several options for, coming here and coming here, and like how far should we extend this, and should we keep some roofscape, and in the end, it seemed most appropriate to restore the symmetry as opposed to leaving it lopsided.
Well, if you restore the original though, and had the thing set back a little, addition, so to speak, the overall.
It's a very small footprint, the plan of the building, no, I can go to the back. It's
Yeah, my question was not motivated, it was not based on the idea that FAR, because that's not exactly our...
I understand that.
Well, our role has to be to say that this is appropriate, and we've got this very inappropriate, I would say, but, prior to designation, addition on the left, which you've decided to change and make look better, and then add to the right. And I'm grappling with that, and I want you to help me get over the line.
The addition that's there is from 1924, so it is in some ways, it's not original to the building, but it has been there almost 100 years. We did look at the proportion, we did look at the proportions of those windows to try to make them more in keeping with what is below. So we've tried to be very sensitive to what is there.
I think part of it, Valerie Campbell, Grammar 11, is this has been there since 1924. It was a condition as the building was designated. So looking at the building as it exists now, it seemed like an appropriate alteration to us to continue that, to make the changes to the old addition that make it relate better to the base, and to, as the architect said, restore the symmetry.
What about the that central pedimented area, which seems so distinctive, and now I think it's bricked in now or something?
I mean, this here?
Right.
Versus here.
Is that flush? Is the proposed brick flush with the existing?
Is the existing flushed?
Yeah, this is flush. This is all
Okay.
in one plane.
So is your new proposed work also in that same plane?
It is.
I mean, that's sort of definitely something to ask and think about.
I'm kind of wondering, and maybe this is too facadism, so just continuing the line on the outside of the building so that it appeared that the original was still there. I don't know, but,
I think this building's sort of a different typology from a lot of the buildings in the district, and so even though I don't want to go into comments right now, but I could see, I think one can look at this building differently from other buildings where you have a specific rooftop addition and how visible is it. I think there's a development history to the building which did have a rooftop addition, and that is visible. And there may be an appropriateness argument as to extend that and actually bring the building back to a symmetrical order. Okay, let's focus on questions first, and then we'll take testimony. Are there any other questions for now? Okay. We can hear from members of the public. Zella Jones.
My name is Zella Jones. I'm a 40-year resident of NoHo and now president of NoHo Bowery Stakeholders Incorporated, which is they are the majority stakeholders of NoHo, meaning they represent the largest number of people for the area. We write as majority stakeholders in NoHo in approval of the proposed modifications on this property, in that its original use as a veterinary clinic from 1913 to 1965 and its built form still accommodates the irregularities for such a use, and that the prospect of any use as a veterinary clinic for horses is remote, if not impossible. We would agree that the suggested modifications are in keeping with the style of the original building and particularly contextual for the NoHo district. As regards the more open windows and entrance treatments, we find them in keeping with the modifications approved for the Buyer Conduct Building around the corner at 65 Bleecker Street. We are pleased that the sight lines for the proposed fourth floor extension and mechanicals are well within those realized by recent landmarks buildings seeking rooftop extensions. Noble Stakeholders, Inc. would additionally suggest some greening at the rooftop, since most of our surrounding buildings will be looking down upon its non-historic additions. We would further suggest that landmarks regularly consider tasteful greening as a means of contextuality where other applicants request rooftop additions as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Sarah B. Nachman?
Sarah B. Atman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP objects to the rooftop addition, the enlargement of the third floor windows, the lowering of the doorway unless required by ADA, the single pane windows at the second floor, and the enlargement of the ground floor windows. These windows could be made taller but should not be widened and combined. It is this combination, along with the blank plate glass, that is dissonant with the existing building. The architect should find a way to either retain the masonry verticals between pairs of windows or repeat the width of the brick as a metal mutton. On the Lafayette Street elevation, the horizontal continuity of the granite water table is an important element. It should not be removed at the round-headed window on the south side of the Lafayette elevation. In short, the design needs to be rethought. This is a quirky, charming building which contributes to the story of NoHo, and the changes would too fundamentally change what this building is. There are ways of fixing this up and making it a retail space without losing all these key features. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Duff?
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. When a new freeway was built through downtown Detroit and buildings were taken by eminent domain, one of those was the workshop of Mr. John Chalice, a harpsichord maker. He was the creator of a harpsichord for our times that featured a metal frame and an aluminum soundboard. When compensated for his loss in 1965, Mr. Chalice picked up and moved to New York and bought the building we are discussing here. A structure more noble than the workshops of other lower Manhattan harpsichord makers. Thus, in the harpsichord world, this new workshop was known as Chalice's Palace. Chalice's Palace is a building of some character, and it was created by two successful Gilded Age architects who were bereaved at the end of their careers by the death of their business partners. Elisha H. James, formerly of James and Leo, designer of the Doral Team and other apartment buildings in the Upper West Side Historic District, and August W. Cordis, formerly of Delimas and Cordis, designers of the Siegel Cooper department store in Ladies Mile. They agreed, just before the First World War, to work together on this building and a few other civic projects. The old animal hospital was nicely detailed, and the original design deserves more consideration. Rather than compounding the mistakes of the utilitarian rooftop addition of 1924, it would be reasonable to restore the portion of the original crenellated parapet that was then removed, and which related so nicely to the divisions of the building below, especially the central pediment, which reflected the grand Lafayette Street doorway. The rooftop addition could be set slightly back. The new glass and metal doors and display windows, inserted at ground level, present an overly harsh contrast and could be modified, as had to be done at the Church Missions House recently. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Sand?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC does not object to the extension of the top floor as it presents an opportunity to bring back the symmetry that is this building's hallmark. However, we would prefer to see the top floor set back, even just slightly, so as to prevent the strong cornice line from getting lost, bring back the crenellated roof line, and give the decorative central pediment, a signature feature of this building, some breathing room. As presented, both the cornice and the pediment are lost. Considering all of the added bulk to the top floor, HDC finds the very large bulkhead to be excessive. To maintain the building's symmetry, perhaps a mechanical well could be installed at the back and some of the mechanicals could be incorporated into the top floor to avoid this very visible intrusion. Concerning the base, HDC asks that rather than inserting wide expanses of glass, the storefront windows be redesigned to reflect the triple bay strategy employed at the corner bays of this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends approval of the fourth floor addition, bulkhead, new entry, enlarged window openings at the second floor and Bond Street ground floor openings, but they recommend denial of the aluminum windows, they should be wood, and the Lafayette Street openings, blank windows at the ground and first floor, and aluminum glass entry doors, glass railings, and removal of the stable elements, including the bumpers and the stable door infill. Okay. You have a question? Would you want to address the comments that we just heard? Okay, we can,
You showed that we have changed the second floor windows.
okay, tell it the comments that we got, have things changed from?
Yes, the second floor windows, the community board, and I think the Greenwich Village saw it were single pane windows, and so now they're multi-pane. And we also added the bollards.
Okay, those are the bumpers, right, you kept them.
We left them. We left the bollards here, and we put the 6/6 divided lights on the second floor.
What of that? Have you considered the top, the comment about you used to have that parapet line on the rooftop, whether you have to study anything to
up and down.
Whether you did any study in terms of providing almost like a window sill and set it back slightly, and you can still see, you took the left side and you flipped it to the right side to extend, to complete the symmetry. However, there's also a very strong line on the rooftop about that coping, and whether you considered flipping it to the left side.
And then setting the windows back.
Yeah, right, like some of them have suggested.
Yeah. I mean, that would be something we would look at in the detail of the wall section.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, I know that comments about the rooftop addition. I just want to say that overall, I think this is a good project, and I think that the building is going to be restored, and that's very positive. I think in general, their approach to the changes to the windows and their inclusions and enlargements, including the rooftop addition, I think in my mind is generally very sensitive to the architecture. I think I could support it as is. I think there are some comments about the details on the ground floor. But I think that the rooftop addition and its scale doesn't, I don't think that troubles me. I think it probably could be better off if, in fact, it was set back and we bring back the coping on both sides, and that will accentuate what the roof was before the enlargement. But even in their current scheme, I think I could support that as well. Yes, go ahead.
I agree with you about the rooftop. I think I'm most uncomfortable with two aspects of the windows. The windows on the third floor, their enlargement, but especially I think the storefront. The ground floor. Yeah, the ground floor. And so, and I don't know that that I would, I think there are other ways to think about doing it. Like, for instance, the furthest bay to the right might be able to sort of mirror a little bit the bigger opening on the left side. And so rather than being 3 there to make it be 1, I don't know. But I think that the oversized storefronts are just not appropriate there. I think that you can go up to that height, which is taller, that they've proposed, but not the widening. And the question I have then about the third floor is, I think it's just such a relief to see a masonry building that has enough of its masonry sort of intact, brick or otherwise, and just sort of making this kind of homogeneous face. It just seems to not be in keeping with the existing building, the original building. So
Adaptive reuse.
I think that's, yeah, right. It used to be, it is still an adaptive reuse, yes.
Yeah, I asked the question about the roof to help me out, but I can support it. I can support it because I think there's a long history of actually buildings being built with an attic floor, not even an addition, but with an attic floor, so-called attic floor, which does something like this. But I think it's a reasonably radical departure, and a lot of historic fabric of the crenellation on the right side will be lost. That's why I wanted more of an answer, but I can support it the way it is. I'm sort of troubled also, I guess, by the large size of the storefront windows, but I'm not at all troubled by lowering the relative few that have to be lowered on the third floor in order to accommodate light and air into those commercial spaces. We should remember they are commercial spaces, not residential spaces, partly because it's already shown how to do it further on the right-hand side. So with that caveat, I think I can support the whole thing, storefront issue, and I'd love to hear others' point of view about storefront.
Okay. Others, yes.
I agree this is a great project. It's going to be Seldorf Corners with Seldorf on one corner, so very nice. I think that I agree with several people who said that it'd be good if we could keep some of the crenellations, but I also agree with Fred that there is a long history of attics. So what I would suggest is kind of a compromise. Leave the two corner bays out, set the center back so that you would have the crenellations and the parapet, which is the pediment, which is kind of the most distinctive aspect of it, and you'd kind of have a little bit of both. You'd have the historic projection on the left, which you would match on the right. You'd keep the center, which was meant to be seen as an infill between the two anyway, and you'd lose very little in the way of programmable space. I also agree on the storefronts, but I think that the storefront fix that I would find acceptable would be just to carry the mullions down in either a masonry form or in a like a skinny masonry pier, or even in a metal breakup of that long piece of glass. I think that would be enough to carry it down. Storefronts are, as a type, generally very open, and I think that's what you would expect to see, and it would be appropriate. The one thing that I feel kind of in the same camp as Adion is the third floor windows. And the reason that I don't think that they should all be kept by any means, but I think maybe keep a few of them, just as a remnant of the former use of the building, so that there is some carryover so that someone could say, well, that used to be an animal hospital, but they converted it in 2016 to something else. I think there'd be some, if there were some carryover of that, and especially since it is an undifferentiated commercial space, where it would not affect the program, I don't think unduly, maybe keep 2 of them, keep 4 of them, some way that you could retain some aspect of that idiosyncrasy. So what we're looking at here is a very much perfected design, right? You've taken a very idiosyncratic design that was kind of oppressed perhaps by its programmatic needs to be weird, and that now it's kind of all fixed up. And I think there's something lost in that. I think it would be good to hold on to a little remnant of that weirdness as a historical memory of what was there before.
Okay, other comments?
I'm with Michael on the historical weirdness. I don't know how to do that, but I do think that some of those third floor windows should be retained in the original
2 at the end or 2
size. And I wouldn't pretend to be able to tell them what to do.
Do you think that could be done in the window itself? In other words, don't just leave 2 as is, but in the design, don't make them the same as everything else, but actually acknowledge the original and then somehow add to the bottom?
So you're saying like a darkened glass or something, or opaque?
I don't get it.
Another design.
I think the applicants are very skilled firm. I think if they were charged with the goal of trying to somehow hold on to some aspect of it, I'm sure they can back something interesting.
Right, why don't we ask them to do that? I think they've heard the comments about the third floor windows. So the issue is that they reflect at least a program historically that is not there anymore, and is there a way to sort of keep that reminder? And I think it's a design solution. I think we shouldn't say it should be these two and those two, let them come back, or it could be the treatment of the window. They are very creative. So when we ask them to take a look at that, why don't we ask them also to take a look at the rooftop addition and the crenellation, and how is there a way to incorporate it? And if that makes sense, and they can show us that. And in terms of the retail, I think they can also, again, think of creative ways to perhaps break up the massing of that and recall, if not literally, but recall some of the window openings that we've seen.
We saw on the BKSK project on Union Square, the old Tammany Hall, where I think they did a similar thing to the storefronts, where I think it was done either with levels or kinds of glass. I thought that was pretty effective, where they kind of made a broad...
You mean, I think that those were already big. They
were restoring them back to kind of try to carry down the masonry openings.
They did something, you're right.
I thought it was, just as a point of reference for
Yes,
example.
you want to say anything?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Michael. I think that his suggestions are excellent, and I think you have a capable architectural team. I think that if you were to, on the third floor, able to retain maybe a pair of windows on both floors on either side, it will actually articulate, and reflect the history. And I like the idea of the pane of glass on the bottom being too large, that you can carry down a column in the middle or something, or some sort of feature. And I think Michael's suggestion is excellent.
Yes, Diana, do you want to say anything?
No, I agree with the comments, and I think, let them see what they might come up with, because programmatically, they might prefer to just have a couple smaller windows rather than the extent, the glass treatment, but let's see what...
Right, and we don't have the full extent of their program, so they can sort of understand the franchise.
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't take any action today, and we look forward to seeing this.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda, item 14, is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 17673. This is 304 West 10th Street, located within the Weehawken Street Historic District. It's an Italian style tenement building designed by William E. Waring, built in 1873. The application is to modify window openings and install windows, doors, and balconies.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Bouchon, Preservation Staff. 304 West 10th Street is located at the southeast corner of West 10th and Weehawken Streets within the Weehawken Street Historic District. The application is for it's a bit hard to see here in this with the light, but for the installation of metal balconies at the rear facade for modifications to new openings at this rear facade to install doors, and the installation of three new 1/1 double-hung metal windows at what are currently bricked-in window openings along the West 10th facade. Please note that the building was originally built with a store at the ground floor, and the historic double-hung windows had a 2/2 configuration. Jim Hill, the architect, will present further details.
Thanks. Hi, Jim Hill, representing architecture. There really isn't too much to add to what Jim said, but I'll switch over to going forward to the existing facade and the proposed. So you can see the 1, 2, 3 windows that we're replacing or proposing to replace with 1/1s to match the rest of the building. We did try to get cooperation from that tenant, but, I don't know, I should say, but it's uninterested. In addition, we are proposing the addition of 2 balconies that are to mimic the fire escapes that are seen in the front of the building, as well as in the other areas in the back and the side. This is a picture looking up that facade that we're proposing to change. You can see an existing window that was bricked up. The second floor, this window would be the sill would be lowered and changed to a door. that window as well, same treatment, lower the sill and add a door. So going to those floor plans, you can see the existing, where we're talking about changing that window and that window on the second and third floor to a door to access the balcony, which would mimic in appearance the fire escape. We have almost a 6-foot rear yard, I guess you call it rear or side yard here, and the balcony is 4 feet into that space. So you can see again the proposed side or rear and the proposed windows in the front here.
Okay. Any questions? Any questions? All right, any speakers on this item? Okay, no speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing.
Thank you.
All right, comments? I think the balconies within the side yard seem appropriate, and you go to the village and you see these balconies, but you also see them looking like these fire escapes that do exist in the side yard. And the window, I think they're going back, it's 1/1. I think all the windows in the building are 1/1, isn't that correct?
Right, sure.
Okay, any concerns? Okay, great. So do you, Adi?
I think it's Michael.
Michael, okay.
All right. Regarding 304 West 10th Street in the Weehawken Street Historic District, the application is to modify window openings and install windows, doors, and balconies. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Weehawken Street Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the new balconies at the rear facade will not result in any damage to or destruction of any significant architectural features of the building. The design of the balconies will be in keeping with the fire escape landings found at the street facades of the building and at the rear facade of the neighboring building. That the presence of balconies at the visible rear facades will not overwhelm any significant architectural features of the building. It will not detract from the character of the historic district. That the modifications of the window openings and the installation of doors at the rear facade will not result in any damage to any significant architectural features of the rear facade. That the presence of the doors and the modified window openings will not detract from any significant architectural features of the rear or West 10th Street facades. That the new windows at the West 10th Street facade will be installed within bricked-in historic window openings, and their presence will restore the building closer to its original appearance. And that the installation of 1/1 double-hung metal windows with white finish at the new openings will match the configuration material finish at the remainder of the windows of the building, and therefore will maintain continuity of style at this modified tenement building. And I guess that's it.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 15, an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 178526. This is 125 West 87th Street, located within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a neo-Gothic style row house designed by Increase and Grinnell and built in 1883-84. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and excavate the rear yard.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sandy Chung, Preservation Staff. 125 West 87th Street is located between Amsterdam and Columbus Avenue and the West Side Central Park West Historic District. The proposal is to construct a rooftop addition, which is approximately 11 feet 8 inches in height and which is not visible from a public thoroughfare, and to construct a 3-story rear yard addition, seen here, which extends approximately 11 feet 11.5 inches into the rear yard, and to excavate a portion of the rear yard, and the applicant is here to discuss the project.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gilles Lepardon from Rutland Road Architects, and I'm presenting Ms. Lake, whose residence this is. The property is on 87th Street between Columbus and Amsterdam, and is sitting on a kind of a nice donut. On one side of the north side of the donut has a lot of little, what we call it, little dog legs. The south side actually has very few, and there are actually a lot of these extensions very similar to ours on really three of the buildings right next to us. This is the front of 87th Street. Our building is actually the last one with a bay window. There are 4 bay windows, they're all built at the same time. Incidentally, we actually built the one, this white one we actually renovated about 3 years ago and added a penthouse as well as a rear yard. We're going to completely restore the front. The front stoop is in really terrible shape. We're going to completely rebuild it. It's falling apart, and actually the same thing with the bay windows, also completely rotted away. We're going to rebuild it exactly as it was originally intended. Just looking down the street, again, this is our facade, this is our neighbor on one side and the neighbor on the other. The rear facade, as I was saying before, this is our neighbors to the east, which has a 3-story penthouse, rear addition. And 2 doors down is another one, and then 2 doors down from that is another one. And you can see there's actually quite a few penthouses as well on the roofs of these buildings. We're proposing a full rear extension, of 3 stories, so that the cornices will continue across the top. We're actually projecting slightly in front of this one's deceiving this picture because our building is actually not quite the full width of the lot because we're not building next to our neighbors. So we're about 4 or 5 inches away, and about a foot, our facade is a foot slightly forward of this one, but it's a 30-foot, 4-inch rear yard. We are building...
Is there a reason why you're doing that and not just...
Just to basically, take the 30-foot rear lot is what we're doing. To be totally open, our client actually just bought the next door property. We may eventually own it all up right now. Basically, the existing conditions, so let me go back just a second. We are going to take away all of the grades and recreate, just fix it all up. So you can see right here. There are doors that open to the front yard. There's a little unusual situation, and we intend to keep those doors. But we will take away all the gates that are there now. This is the rear yard. This is, This is the building 2 doors down, which is also a 3-story extension and a penthouse on the roof.
Is that the white one that you did?
Yes, exactly. Ages ago. This is looking into the rear yard, and as I was saying, so all of the ones on the north side have these little dog legs, which are actually quite wonderful. There are some additions of this as well. On our side, you can sort of see, that there were some full height additions and quite a few, shorter ones. This rear yard, again, showing you the penthouses on the roofs, existing section. And so this is actually our section. This is the rear yard addition right here, 3 stories tall. We're keeping the top section completely as it is, and then we actually have pulled back the back facade of our penthouse addition, so you actually see very little of it from the rear yard. And from the front, not at all. It's about 17 feet from the cornice height. Our inside space is 8'6", and basically from the tip of the cornice to the top of this point, which is slightly further, is 8'3". Is there any questions?
Any questions? Okay, any questions? We'll take testimony. Barbara Say.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this scheme to be an extravagant intervention with not only a vast amount of glass in the rear, but much added bulk to both the rear and the rooftop. This type of proposal is not uncommon, but that does not make it appropriate, especially since the rear elevations on this row of houses largely retain their historic configuration and details. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Corsandi?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for the Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is grateful for the applicant's proposal to restore decorative masonry elements worn away by time. Number 125 stands apart from its sibling row houses by the advanced state of weathering to decorative lintels and sills. Our committee prefers maintaining original fabric whenever possible and appreciates these sensitive repairs as proposed, but wonders if the stoop and bay window could be similarly restored without being wholesale replaced, thus saving both original materials of the landmark and cost to the applicant. In regards to the rear facade, while again we prefer retention of as much original fabric as possible, the committee finds the applicant's proposal completely modern and uncompromising against what appear to be a comparatively bland set of rear facades. While Landmark West feels this fishbowl aesthetic is at cross purposes with the residential rear yards, we feel that its volume as an extension of the building footprint leaves an adequate rear yard, and there is no loss of a dogleg in the donut ribbon in this instance. Our committee would prefer less glass and wonders what material the east and west sides of the extension not defined in the drawing set will be, hopefully brick and not stucco, but otherwise finds the scope of this proposal to be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Board 7 also recommends approval. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, at first I thought this was kind of overwhelming as well, lots of glass, but we've done all that before. And the building to the immediate left on the slide shows that the neighbor, and it was presented that others along the row also have extensions that are that deep. So that leads me to think that this is acceptable, as much of the testimony and community board agreed with.
I would agree.
Am I missing something, or do we not have one of those diagrams that shows like what's been added? It's just the site plan? Is it just the site plan on page 2? That's it?
The site plan on page 2. That's it.
Right? Yeah, I know.
It's been added in terms of existing.
Right, addition.
Oh, it's there, it's just really small. You can't, it's
Right,
like the
they're
green
there.
portion is right there.
If you look at this section, you're comparing sections. Next one.
No, I understand what you're adding, I'm just saying in the context, that's all.
The context. Here's some, these are the L's that, like the dog legs you call them.
Those on the other
If you look
side.
at on page 8, you'll see 2 other buildings that I think have 3-story, full-width intrusions into the area.
Right.
So it seems like it's within sort of the realm of...
Well, those are,
Space
yeah,
five.
the 3 immediately adjacent.
Okay, everybody's okay with that? All right, Wellington?
In the matter of 125 West 87th Street, the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The application is to construct rooftop rear addition of, am I doing the right? Yeah. And excavate the rear yard. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop addition will not result in the loss or damage to any significant feature of the roof or building, that the rooftop addition will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that the materials of the proposed rooftop addition featuring zinc cladding and glazing relate to the materials of traditional rooftop structures such as skylights and bulkheads, that the scale and massing of proposed rooftop addition, which will be set back from the primary and rear facades in conjunction with the rear facade addition, will not overwhelm the building, that the proposed work of the rear would not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the addition will not extend to the rear lot line, substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard, rise to the full height of the building or exceed the height of rear addition and neighboring buildings, that the rear of the building retain the scale and character of an individual row house, that the proposed materials of the addition featuring steel framing and glazing are compatible with the material palette of the historic building, that the proposed excavation will not substantially eliminate the presence of the rear yard, that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 16, an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 175713, 125 East 78th Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. This is an Italianate-style residence built circa 1871. The application is to construct rear yard and rooftop addition and excavate the rear yard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation staff. This application is for work at the rear and roof of the building at 125 East 78th Street, located on the northern side of East 78th Street between Park and Lexington Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. So there are three parts to this proposal. First is the removal of a bay window and a metal deck at the rear facade and the construction of a four-story addition. The second portion of this proposal is to extend an existing one-story rooftop addition toward the front parapet in conjunction with the construction of a stair bulkhead and the installation of rooftop mechanical equipment. The final portion of this proposal is an excavation component featuring additional excavation at the cellar level, creation of an open-air cellar level adjacent to the facade with the installation of the stair, as well as the regrading of the rear facade. The proposed rooftop work will be visible over the front facade along East 78th Street between Park and Madison Avenues, and the architect is here to discuss the proposal in detail.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Good afternoon. So I will start at the beginning. So 125 East 78, my name is Stephen Wang, I'm the architect of record. 125 East 78 is on the north side of the block. It's opposite Allen Stevenson, which you probably know, and it's close to Lexington Avenue. Okay, we're the middle house on the top left, and we're flanked by a no style to the left and a neo-Greco to the right. It's an Italianate style. It was actually one of 12 row houses. This was the far east house, and they sail from here back to Park Avenue. There's only two others left, three in total, including this one. What we propose to do on the front facade is, it's actually in pretty good shape. It's light restoration. We will work with staff to change the door that was added to convert this to a doctor's office and a single family in 1947, and then in 1966 it was changed to a two-family with a dress shop. We are proposing to change it back to a single residence, so that door will be changed to a window to match the window that used to be, to match the window to the left, and we'll work with staff on that. The sight line image on the side shows that the fifth floor extension with the existing fifth floor that we want to extend forward is not visible straight on, and neither are the bulkheads. But as Abby said, we have visibility of the bulkheads obliquely from across the street, close to Lexington and up on Park Avenue, but I'll get into that later in the later slides when we have close-up photos. You can see what that means, but the actual extension is not visible. Okay, so we get the context and the streetscape. Again, we're down towards Lexington Avenue. You can see it has changed over time, and as I said, this was one of the original houses that was erected in 1871. Actually, just go back up in the top right. We did find a historic photo from the New York Library, and it happens to be of our house. So that's it right in the middle. You can see the neo-Grec actually existed at that point on the right. The came later, a few years later. And the image is cut off, but there would be 12 row houses heading off to the left. Okay. This is the back of the house. Okay, the bay window is visible there. We're not sure when that occurred. We can't find it on any Sanborn map back as late as 55. I can only, and there's nothing in the buildings department, I can only assume that it may have shown up around 66. We're going to show some images that close up. It is badly corroded and parts of it missing. And we are asking permission to change, we're asking permission to have a rear yard addition, so obviously change that condition, and that will come up later. The images on the left, just images of the backyard. We're going to, again, we're asking to excavate the backyard to bring it down closer to the neighbors' yards. This one slopes quite dramatically and is has to be retained from the neighbors. We want to bring it down closer with less retainage. And then when you walk out the back door, you're not going up a series of steps in the backyard. So just looking down on the two backyards, it's hard from this vantage point to see the difference in levels, but we have that from a surveyor marked up on the drawings coming up. But you get the idea of the back elevation there. The house to the left, they're actually on different planes presently. So the house to the left comes out further, we've got a chimney stack to the left. And as we go into this, you'll see there's a number of rear yard additions. Next. This is the roof of the existing house. We're not asking to add on top of this, other than extend the stair bulkheads and so on through there, which creates the visibility issue. But we are going to extend forward and not be visible. Next. Okay. Obviously on 78th we back up to 79. Along 79 you have all those very large buildings, and so they are extended almost fully to the back of their rear yards. On our street 78, there are, I've color-coded different heights of the houses as you go through, and all their various additions in the back. The donut internal courtyard is not pure. We are looking for our extension to be one floor less than what we have, and to maintain the as of right 30 feet rear setback. Zoning, we conform, move on. This is just really to indicate where the surveyor spot shoot levels. You're going to see all the dots on the top. I know it's hard to read, but we vary from 3 to 5 feet higher than the neighbors, and because it slopes up so dramatically to the back, we kind of want to bring it back down to its back to ground level. Okay, the front elevation on the left is existing, on the right is proposed. So the salient fact here is the top, where we are asking permission to extend that 5th floor forward. Again, not being visible, but you see the bulkheads on top become visible. We have that in the mock-up and photograph. And it's all the bulkheads and that extension will be out of brick, and brick to match the red brick that is on the rear of the house, front obviously being brownstone. And that's the rear of the house. On the left, existing, right proposed. The top floor, we wish to replace the windows in black, except for the middle one that we want to take the sill out. They're the same masonry openings. Take the sill out and lower it, create a door to what will be now a rooftop terrace on top of the extension. And the extension itself, we are looking at increasing the glass level. We are facing north. We are facing some very tall buildings, and it is quite dark back there. The brickwork is all to match the existing brick. This is just to indicate the materials, which is brick. The light, it will all be the same color. We just post-shade the top on lighter because it's on a different plane set back.
Can you explain what the visibility is?
No visibility.
At all?
No. To the rear.
Well, and in the front?
In the front, the visibility issues will come up in photographs on the mock-up, and they are pertaining to the stair bulkhead and and some minimal views of, there's the mock-up on the roof. Go to the next one, please. If you see on the right, you see the wooden structure from the mock-up that is visible. That when we zoomed in from down on Lexington Avenue across the road, those boxes are the stair bulkhead and the top of a mechanical piece. The house next to us, no style, you see the crown is missing. You see on the right, well, it didn't have a crown, it's no style, it got changed at some point. It was built that way, I'm not saying it's missing. But because there's a gap in the teeth, you see that bulkhead that we've rendered there in brick, that's the stair bulkhead. Now, if you go and look further down the block, you'll see there's quite a bit. We have a wooden trellis, we have some, and we actually have some fifth-story additions that are totally visible. Our fifth-story addition will not be visible. I want to stress that, it's a bulkhead. And next. And similarly across the road, you see the fifth floor, additional floor is added across the road. We also have Allen Stevenson with what they have on the roof. So there's a series of visibility bulkheads present and fifth floor presently on that block. This is what it looks like now on the top and on the roof. And that's what we want to extend forward in brick. And there the diagrams below, left existing, right proposed.
And just going back to that on top, so you're extending it forward and then you're putting a bulkhead on top of it, which doesn't exist today.
That's correct.
And then there's a lot more mechanicals, is that right?
That's correct. If you see that ladder on the existing, that's how they get to the roof. I want to extend the stair, the main stair in the house straight through to the roof, so you walk up and walk onto the roof.
Okay, but there are other things also on top, right? The mechanicals has enlarged or no?
Can I point and shoot?
Yeah, I can't tell.
Okay. This area is the extension forward on the existing. So that's no higher and that's not visible, and that's that part. Then on top of this, I have this big square. That's actually the internal stair coming up to walk out onto the roof.
And then what's,
that is visible.
And what, I see a whole bunch of lines. What are those?
There's a block there and a block there. They're two mechanical units, maintaining the fire department 6 feet clear from front to back of the house that the building supply department requires.
And that's a new requirement, because today you don't, you have one, I think, right?
It's relatively big. There's 6 foot on the roof. The fire department wants to be able to run from the front of the house to the back unobstructed.
Okay. All right, are there other questions for Mr. Wang right now? Okay, we'll take testimony. Andrew Salinian.
My name is Andrew Salinian. I'm speaking for Friends of the Upper East Side. The applicant proposes to extend the 5th floor of the townhouse toward the street and increase the height of service and mechanical bulkheads. While not perceptible directly in front of the building, the raised bulkheads would be visible from vantage points on 78th Street and Lexington Avenue. The Preservation Committee believes there is a way to make the mechanical extensions truly disappear from view and would prefer to see them move further back from the street to achieve this. At the rear, the applicant proposes to extend the 4 stories into the rear yard and install a new bronze and glass facade with balconets. The committee believes the proposed design is too glassy overall and disrupts the traditional balance of brick and masonry in the secondary facade. Although we appreciate the restoration work that will be done in the front facade, including brownstone repair and in-kind replacement of wood windows, the committee cannot support the rooftop and rear additions as proposed. We suggest the commission work with the applicant to reduce the visibility of rooftop bulkheads and maintain the simplicity at the rear facade. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. This house, like so many others in this corner of Manhattan, was built for a wealthy client, and HDC would argue that it can and does continue to function very well this way. As such, we find it difficult to determine a convincing argument for turning a unique and charming rear elevation into something quite banal, all for a speculative client who may or may not prefer it. We ask the commission to consider the permanence of this damaging intervention that would result in the loss of so much original material and one of its character-defining features, the rear bay. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay. Do you have any more questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay. I just have one question on mechanicals. Are there ways to sort of push the mechanicals further back so it's not visible from the front facade?
I am prepared to work with staff to see if we can make that be accommodated.
Okay. All right, we can close the hearing. Comments? Yes, John.
Well, if they can make it less visible, that's about the only problem I had with it. It might be banal, but it's probably appropriate.
You mean the mechanical equipment?
I'm okay with that. If they work with staff to reduce it. It seems like it's right now, the different pieces, it seems like they could move, relocate them and move them back. Okay.
In the matter of 125 East 78th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District, the application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions and excavate the rear yard. I recommend approval, noting that none of the proposed work will alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features of the building, that the existing bay window at the rear facade, which may be an early alteration, is simply designed with flat steel panels and is not reflective of a significant later alteration to the building. Therefore, its removal will not result in the loss of a significant character-defining architectural feature of the building. That the proposed work of at the roof will only be seen within the context of larger brick apartment buildings and small rooftop accretions at the neighboring row houses. Therefore, the presence of a simply designed rooftop accretion of moderate size will not draw undue attention to itself when seen from public thoroughfares. That the proposed brick masonry material and finish will be compatible with the material and color palette of the building and the neighboring buildings, and will therefore help the rooftop work blend in with its surroundings. That other rear yard incursions and larger apartment buildings exist within the block, and the proposed rear yard addition will not eliminate the presence of a rear yard. That the proposed addition will not rise to the full height of the building and will not overwhelm the block at the rear, which features large apartment buildings and row houses of varying heights and extensions. That the rooftop extension will be set back from the front parapet, thereby helping to preserve the building's original massing and its relationship with the neighboring houses in the row. That the volume and simple massing of the proposed rear yard addition will be harmonious with the building type and character of the row. That the upper floor of the rear wall will be rebuilt to match the historic condition in terms of placement, materials, dimensions, design, profiles, and details. That the proposed excavation will be designed and built in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building and the adjacent buildings, and will not be visible from any public thoroughfares. That the rear yard is currently paved and the adjacent grade levels at the rear are varied. Therefore, the excavation will not affect a unified green space, and that none of the work at the rear will be visible from the public thoroughfare. I recommend also that the applicant work with staff to push back the rooftop mechanical equipment to be less visible from the front.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 17 is being laid over at this time, so we'll move on to item 18, which is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 177292. This is 277 West End Avenue, located within the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. This is a medieval revival-style apartment building designed by George and Edward Blum in 1925-26. The application is to replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danner, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension on the southwest corner of West End Avenue and West 73rd. The application is to propose to install 1/1 double-hung aluminum windows in lieu of historic 6/1 double-hung windows at the West End Avenue and West 73rd Street facade. Please note that all windows were replaced about 30 to 35 years ago prior to designation with 1/1 double-hung aluminum windows. The applicant is here to present this application. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stuart Ackerman. I'm from Panorama Windows, and I'm representing a client who wants to change the windows in one of the apartments at this location. You can see we're at West End and West 73rd. This was added as an extension to the Riverside West End District about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. As you can see, the entire building was changed over to one of our buildings, as Derek mentioned, about between 25 and 35 years ago. No one in the building recalls exactly the date. The windows have reached their reasonable lifetime of use, and people are proceeding to change them. My client is in this apartment with the numbers of the windows high up on a higher floor, and the desire is to replace the windows with in-kind windows, with the 1/1 windows. It was brought to our attention, even though the 1940 tax photo is not clear what type of window there was, but the adjoining tax photo on the right of the townhouse next door, one can see the 6/1 windows that were originally have been built in. So that is why we're here today. This is just some drawings of the existing and on the top and the proposed on the bottom. Obviously, we're not changing anything that is already existing, not only here but in the entire building. To be more authentic to the original, we probed and discovered what the original wood brick mold looks like, a simple brick mold. Right now, it's just has a simple square panning, but our proposal is to mimic that with aluminum panning. And the same thing on the jambs. There is going to be a step in the panning detail. And that is it.
Are there any questions? Any questions?
No questions?
No questions for now. We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay, the Historic Districts Council. HDC would like to suggest and encourage the institution of a master plan for the replacement of this building's windows. The replacement of the existing windows with synthetic divided lights for a 6/1 configuration would be a fantastic first step towards slowly restoring an important feature of this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Casandi.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner. Sean Crescenti for Landmark West. It is evident to the Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee that the New York City tax photos from page 3 of the presentation depict this Blum Brothers building with 6/1 wood frame windows. Having learned from the applicant that the proposal is currently for just one specific apartment, number 12B, and that they have been engaged to perform a building-wide master plan for windows replacement in this landmark, our committee respectfully asks that you defer decision until such a master plan is submitted. Our reasoning is twofold. One, of course, we would prefer the 6/1 configurations to be returned, and two, the method of replacement. Rather than the most common retrofit within the frame method, where sashes are removed and replaced with new windows, in this instance, the applicant is proposing to do a brick-to-brick replacement, a much more invasive process that makes it much more important to get it right. In all likelihood, neighboring shareholders would cringe at the time, money, and mess that a disruptive prospect of comprehensive brick-to-brick replacement would wreak upon finishes, molding, trim, and plaster that would be required for such a replacement in their occupied homes, unless they too are undertaking their own gut renovation. Our committee supports a master plan of 6/1 windows for 277 West End Avenue and feels that there should be no action taken on the current application at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Goff?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. George and Edward Bloom, the designers of this building, with their riotous terracotta decoration, were among the most distinctive of New York apartment house creators in the early 20th century. They specified the divided lights that were so fashionable from the turn of the century through the 1920s. This is a building of some quality that deserves to get its real design back, at least on the street facades, with 6/1 windows that the text photos document. Note that the text photo also shows the exotic terracotta embellishments much more clearly than the contemporary shots do, but this decoration survives. Repeating mistakes of the past in the case of a building as special as this is not good preservation policy. New windows should be of the historic configuration and should be part of a restorative master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? More speakers. Community Board 7 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Yes.
So were you saying that these particular windows, but that since they were installed, I'm assuming at the same time as the others, are in disrepair, have reached the end of their function?
Windows of this vintage have a useful life of between 25 and 30 years, and these are about that age. Like I said, we don't know exactly, but the super and the managing agent presumably about 30 years old.
But that's for this floor as well as you?
The entire building.
The entire building, okay.
Entire building. So the building is very interested in doing a master plan. This is the first apartment that is changing their windows since the building became a landmark. So this apartment we didn't know, nobody knew about this original configuration, but now this apartment is in the middle of a renovation, and the windows are basically holding up the renovation because they need to be decided. And so hopefully will be the one of the one that the building wants and requires, because nobody wants this one apartment to stand out from the rest.
But I'm curious if all the windows in this building are going to be replaced soon. Has there been any talk about a master plan?
I've been in discussion with the managing agent and of the building, and they already have a contract with us to apply for a master plan. I'm waiting for that back. It is not, you have not seen it yet, but we have been in discussion with them to do that. I think it's right now with the board to figure out what the kind of installation they want to be a part of the master plan, but they will be pursuing a 1/1 master plan, is what I've been told. And what I've been in communication with the builder.
Right, but if you wanted to put 6/1, would you be able to do that, or?
The building will not allow it.
Because
The building will not allow the 6/1 because they don't want the building to have this one odd apartment in the entire building. Everybody else has 1/1. So they will not allow the client who has a brand new apartment, who's got the apartment and wants to have a brand new everything, including windows, is being, impeded because both the building and with this landmark situation.
So if the commission said to the homeowner, got to do 6/1, the homeowner would be stuck, and they would virtually be banned from doing anything.
That's what the building has told them. It's a big catch-22.
Sounds like it.
And like I said, they do want to pursue that, they haven't, and they want to come to you to do that now, in hopes that you also will approve their master plan as well, for the 1/1, so that the building will stay consistent through the life of the building.
if your company is hired to do the master plan, and let's say that this apartment puts in 1/1 windows, could you go back and retrofit it to put the 6/1 grills if the 6/1s are required in the master plan?
Certainly.
Certainly, yes.
Certainly, yes. The
Okay.
can be taken out and 6/1.
Okay.
But if we approve now the replacement with a 1/1, won't that set in motion a precedent of sorts for what might be a master plan going forward?
Only if you make it so.
It won't?
It's up to us.
I don't think it does. If it came to us for a master plan, I don't think we're required or forced into saying that we can only approve a master plan of 1/1. We have to approve it because we've approved these set of windows. So the discussion will come up if they come for the master plan. We may propose 1/1. We may agree, or we may agree 6/1 or 3/1. I think the question that Michael asked is that in that situation, if their windows are sort of one-off on what the commission sort of approves as a master plan, would they be able to retrofit their windows to comply?
Right, no, I understand, but the building could take another tack, which is to not come in for master plan, but to come in one at a time, just as they're doing today. This is happening today. So we'll never get the 6/1.
All right, but
This is a test. This is a test.
I think
I don't know if
that's what...
Yeah,
I believe this one was on a different agenda. They had started apartment renovations, I think, maybe prior to the district's designation, so I think the schedule of renovations on this apartment is different than where the building is, and that's why it's come forward in this manner.
Have there been proceedings initiated at the LPC for a master plan? No, because they haven't been hired yet to do it.
That sounds like that's correct, yeah.
So anyway, they're doing renovations of their...
From what I understand, the building has put everybody on notice since this whole situation came to light through this application. No one else has applied before or after since it became designated. From what I understand, everybody in the building has been put on notice that we can't move forward until there's a master plan because the building wants the 1/1 and the landmarks on the staff level can only approve the 6/1. So this building, this apartment could be the last that's going to be the 1/1, but they've been told that they can't, move forward, and like the worry that you have of, every apartment's going to come through and say, oh, that's 1/1. So that is what I've been told from the building, that they have like a, put into effect that they can't go forward without the building deciding what they want to do.
What would it mean for you if the commission doesn't agree to the 1/1? What does that mean for this unit?
It means that they're stuck with these old windows that are not functioning very well in a brand-new gutted apartment, Until the master plan.
All right, I'm not sure we've held back an application because a master plan is not before us. So,
No, but that wouldn't be the reason. The reason would be, and we haven't held back an application because the building tells the owners they're not allowed to replace the windows either. So it seems that the reason to not approve the 1/1 would be because we think that the building needs to get on track to restoring the window.
Well, I'm not sure, because I think that presentation hasn't been made, and in fact, we have allowed master plans with 1/1, so I think that there are...
There's an 8 building that we just are working in, and we're installing this on next week. There's a 6/6 building, and on Weston Avenue, a couple blocks north, and you approve 1/1. And that building, which curiously enough, had one line of 6/6 in a stairwell on the primary facade, and you approve 1/1. I wasn't at the hearing, I didn't make the application, but that's something that happened very recently within the past 6 months. So whether or not you would decide that this has to be 6/1, I'm not sure what the criteria was in that building, but I would say this building has even more of a reason that it should stay 1/1, in that the 6/1 is not, it's a distinct feature from the 1940s maybe, but today it doesn't really change the architecture of the building. Still, all the great architecture at the top and all those beautiful parts are still there and haven't changed and will not change because now it's part of the landmark district. But this one feature will take a half a century to bring back, if ever.
All right.
It's also worthy of note that the building signed the application for the 1/1. Perhaps they wouldn't have signed the application if it were 6/1, right? So.
I recommend we act on this. Commissioners okay with that? Okay. All right, thank you. We'll close the hearing.
So moved.
Thank you.
Right, and is it you, Ade?
It is, but I'm going to vote against.
Okay. John, go ahead.
Skip that one, right? There it is. Okay. In the matter of docket number 17-7292, 277 West End Avenue, the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. Application is to replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. Further note that the historic 1/6 windows were replaced building-wide approximately 30 to 35 years ago prior to designation. I recommend approval, finding that all the historic 6/1 windows, 6/1, not 1/6, 6/1 windows at this large apartment building were replaced prior to designation with 1/1 double-hung aluminum windows with a bronze finish, that the proposed 1/1 aluminum windows will be limited to installation at one apartment at the 12th floor and will recall the historic wood windows in terms of their double-hung operation, that the proposed bronze factory-applied baked-on finish will harmonize with the remaining windows in the building and is consistent with the historic finish on a building of this age and style, that the proposed 1/1 configuration will match the remaining windows throughout the building, thereby maintaining unity of fenestration, and that the profile of the proposed aluminum paneling will more closely match the profile of the original wood brick mold than the current paneling.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, this application's approved. Opposed? Yes.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 19, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 180323. This is 46 East 66th Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a row house originally built in 1877-78 and altered in the Neo-Georgian style by Maud B. Schmidt in 1919. The application is to install an area fence, gate, and trash enclosure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adelphi Preservation staff. The application is for work at the sidewalk at 46 East 66th Street, which you see here in the 1940s tax photo. It's located on the south side of East 66th Street between Madison and Park Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. These are some existing photos of the building, and the application is to install a granite, is to install granite paving and a bronze fence on limestone curbing to create an areaway in front of the building, which features a ground level entrance. So I'm going to back it right back up again, and the applicant is here to discuss the proposal in detail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Rhonda Wist, with Preservation Associates. And I'm here with Ian Fishkin, who is the owner representative. Thank you very much, and thank you, Abby. So this is the building, 4060-66, at the 1940s tax photo. It was built in the 1870s by Valentine as a row house, and in 1919 it was redone by Mott Schmidt in this completely new style. For the last 30 years or so, it was used by the Republic of Senegal as consular offices and diplomatic residence. So for the last couple of decades, it suffered from benign neglect, small things just completely falling apart. In 2013, Justin Development purchased it to turn it back into a single-family home, which had been its original use. And for the last year and a half or so, they've been working with Abby and the staff to do all of the restorative work via staff permits. This is the only piece of work, the fence, that it requires a public hearing. So this is our building, just to give you a little context. This is in the Upper East Side Historic District, and all the buildings obviously are historic, but the uses have changed a bit. While at the time, in the early 20th century, it was all single-family residential, it's now a mix of apartments, Pilates studios, doctor's offices, kind of these small commercial uses. And this is our building. This is our building right here. Next to it is an apartment house that was built 10 years later in 1928. It took up the space of 6 townhouses. Just again to show you some context. I see. This is our old piece of paper. But our building 46, and then one next to it. This is 46. This is 46. And 48 are the only buildings without an extension into the sidewalk. Every other building has a stoop or a step up or a step down, a little fence, something to separate the street from the home. And this street has become very commercial because it's now a truck parking street. And so it's all, it's really become a kind of a little bit of a service street for Madison Avenue. This is the other side of the street, so everything has some kind of buffer. And again, this is our building. And the reason that this fence question came up was during the year and a half of construction, the construction guys for 46 could not get into the building because the service people from 40, which is the apartment house next door, and others would be smoking in front of the building, leaving packages, leaving trash, leaving recycling. So sort of in an effort to just be able to have their guys come into the building, and these guys are not, they're not, these guys are not the guys from 46. They put up some planters just to allow a pathway, and the planters then became filled with cigarette butts and little baggies of dog poop. Which I did not. We have some photos, but I decided not to bring. So this is our proposed fence design. We asked Charles Platt to design a fence. I actually have a sample here of the material. Just pass this around, sure. And he used Mott Schmidt's other designs on the Upper East Side as an inspiration. This was a very, very early design of Mott Schmidt. And all of his designs in the 1920s and the 30s had some type of fence incorporated into the front, whether it was a little step in a fence, a step across a fence across the whole building, and he really sort of changed his kind of outlook within 10 years after this design. So Charles used this building, which is the Trevor House, 15 East 90th Street, as his absolute inspiration because it was a very simple and original Mott Schmidt fence. This one is also original, but it was a little ornate. So this is the design that Charles created. Using this architecture and using the Emily Trevor.
What is the material of the Mott Schmidt?
Bronze. This is bronze, and the Trevor is bronze.
Okay.
It's not that we're desperate for bronze, but it seemed like the right thing to do.
So his other fences were Mott Schmidt?
Some of them are metal, some of them are painted metal. The one that was very ornate is painted metal, but that Trevor is bronze. So that's why Charles selected this. But we can do anything else. And you just, the color is going to, let's see, it's going to become a kind of a grayish green over the years. So the fence itself is, there are 4 balls in the 4 corners, and each of those are 2 inches. So with those 4 balls, it's 4 feet 6 inches. The fence itself is going to be 3 feet from the building line. This is one thing that I forget. The posts that go into the ground are 1 inch and 3/8 of an inch wide, and the others are 3/4 of an inch. And the posts are going to be 7 inches center to center, separated. There's going to be a 2-inch limestone little base, and the fence is not going to be attached to the landmark.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Wist? All right, Andrew Salini?
Andrew Salimian from Friends of the Upper East Side. In an effort toward full disclosure, the consultant on this project is a member of our board of directors. However, she did not participate in our review of this application. The proposed fence would extend 3 feet from the building line, thereby enclosing valuable sidewalk space in a highly trafficked area. The applicant claims the fence will improve the space in front of the building in terms of security and aesthetic, and will designate space for trash storage. While we understand the desire to create a buffer from the sidewalk, the Preservation Committee of Friends feels that the proposed solution does not feel organic to this building, which is already built out to the property line. Like 46 East 66th Street, the building's immediate neighbors feature similar main entries at street level, unmediated by fences. There may be a more appropriate intervention that minimizes encroachment onto the sidewalk. The existing planters already serve as an intermediary space between public and private, and perhaps a redesign or addition of planters would solve the same goal without altering the fabric of the building. For this reason, the Preservation Committee recommends the Commission work with the applicant to devise a simpler solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers? Okay, no other speakers. All right, any other questions for Ms. Wist? Okay, then in that case, we can close the hearing. Comments? Are there any concerns with this fence? It's very simple. I think I asked a question about the material because normally when you walk around neighborhoods, they're usually black and painted, but I think they talked about the fact that that he was, meaning Charles was looking at fence designs by Mark Schmidt. There are some in the neighborhood, and there are some which in fact are in the similar material. Are you okay with that? Okay.
I mean, I wish we didn't have to have, none of the buildings had fences, because this, the way that this building resolves at the sidewalk is so elegant, and this doesn't help, but I understand the need and the precedent.
Okay. Hold on, I think it's your mic. Diana?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, in the matter of the certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 46 East 66th Street, Upper East Side Historic District. Application is to install an areaway fence, gate, and trash enclosure. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or conceal any significant architectural features of the building or site, that the presence of a metal areaway fence and limestone curb at this location will be compatible with the materials palette, residential character, and the Georgian style of the building, that the proposed placement, materials, finishes, and dimensions of the proposed fence, paving, and curb will be typical of such aspects of fencing, paving, and curbs found throughout the streetscape and at other buildings of this type, style, and age within this historic district, and that the simple design of the fence and curb will help the installation to remain a discrete presence in relation to the building and streetscape.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioner.
One thing for the record. Charles, I just want to say that Charles actually knew Mott Schmidt, and so...
Okay, the last item on the agenda is item 20, application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 173027. This is 890 Park Avenue, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. It's a Queen Anne-style row house designed by James E. Ware and built in 1884-85. The application is to alter the front and side facades, construct rooftop and rear yard additions, and alter the areaway and excavate the cellar.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 890 Park Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. The building is located on the west side of the avenue between East 78th and East 79th Streets. For your reference, the historic tax photograph is on the left and the existing conditions are on the right. This proposal has several components. At the front facade, the applicant is proposing to alter the existing basement level entrance and install new entrance infill, as well as install a modified stoop, airway wall, railings, and light fixtures. The applicant is also proposing new and modified masonry openings at the north lot line facade as well as the rear facade. The north lot line facade is visible through this alleyway shown here. The rear facade is not visible from public thoroughfares. And at the roof, the applicant is going to propose a 2-story rooftop addition and mechanical equipment platform. The addition will be visible over the primary facade as well as a range of locations from Park Avenue and the north side of East 79th Street, east of Park Avenue. So the project applicant is here to further explain the proposal and answer your questions.
Good afternoon, my name is Shane Murdoch with Murdoch Sloan Architects. We're here to present 890 Park Avenue. The location you're familiar with now. It's just south of 79th Street on the west side. The townhouse was built by James Ware in 1840. It is a 5-story townhouse, Queen Anne style. And I'll proceed. It has a long history of many owners. This is the original image from 1890. And its most recent iteration was an 11-unit apartment building. So it's gone from a single family to, at 1907, I believe they converted the ground floor and changed the 2 arched openings to a sort of cast iron storefront. So they eliminated the arch windows and went in the, obviously with the enlargement of Park Avenue, the stoop was removed when Park Avenue was widened. And so this is in its original context. It was surrounded by a row of townhouses, 5 townhouses of that same period. This was from 1907. You can see they had already modified the front facade. This is the location. It's in the upper portion of the district. This drawing sort of illustrates the heights of the buildings along Park Avenue, and you'll see that we are one of only 2 low-rise, or 3 low-rise, one along the west side, and there's a few along the south side. And that goes to sort of the design solution because of the situation. This is a current townhouse, and you can see that it has now become a holdout wedged between 150 to 140-foot buildings on either side. And one of the things that this has created is a very dark townhouse. It sits in a sort of valley. And that is one of the things that the owner has asked us to sort of address in our design solution. Additionally, and actually, let me go back. You can see the lot on 79th Street, the second one in from the corner, has been extended back, and in whatever transactions happen over the years, the rear yard has been lost. So there's actually no rear yard, no front yard, no stoop, and it's very dark. This is images from the roof looking out at Park Avenue. There's, you see, you don't have much view up and down Park Avenue. It's rather dilapidated. The whole building is. This is looking west. You can see the area way behind. There's no There's no rear yard, it's about 3 feet. And the view, although you have a slight view to the west, it's very limited and dark. This is the current condition of the front, so when the stoop is removed, you now enter below grade what would have been underneath the stoop in its original format. There's a small area away with a grade that was, we believe it was accessed for servants or something. There was indications that there was an entrance that went down into the lower level from the front. When the stoop was removed, we have an old door that remains and you go down underneath. So it's sort of an awkward entrance to this type of townhouse. So we did a light study to analyze how much light actually hits the building during the year, and it's pretty sad. It's about 3 hours in March, 4 hours in the peak of summer, and roughly 2 hours in winter. So the design solution is threefold. One is to restore the building, and we're not here to the commission for that restoration. But the intent is to do a full front facade restoration. We have a prestigious restoration architect working with us on that, and to try to reclaim some space, namely an amenity of outdoor space on the roof, as well as reclaim something along the street that was originally the stoop, and to try to capture as much light as possible to bring it into the townhouse and down through the townhouse. So these are 3 things we're looking at. First image is the proposed, we're calling it a 2-story addition, but it's actually a 1-story addition. There's already a rooftop penthouse on the townhouse. The rear, you can see we're opening up the east side as well as opening up the back to as much light as possible. And on the right is the stoop, a modified stoop, because a full stoop would not work given the narrow sidewalk, as well as an areaway to try to claim some space and create a more prominent entrance along the avenue. So that is the existing and proposed. The addition that's being proposed is actually set back from obviously from the front gable. The receding slate roof has a ridge line, and from that ridge line we're creating a reveal, and then the new light, what we're calling sort of a light monitor or light scoop, to try to get light into the townhouse. That was referencing that last light diagram. Same thing, that's the view from that side. So that would be a glass box with a metal panel reveal floating above the slate roof. And that's the front facade fully restored. Elevation. So the massing of this addition, you can see the existing addition on the left where it sort of peaks above the ridge line. In this case, we're massing the addition is referencing the existing building by having a revealed setback and a prominent foreground that relates to the larger gable on the right. North facade, we're trying to open that up. It's northern light, but it will help bring some light into the space. There's a lot line windows. There's about a 15-foot areaway between the northern building and the rear facade. Same thing, we're combining those windows that you see in the back and enlarging them vertically to, again, bring more light into the building. Section. You can see the gable, the penthouse is set back. It does float out over, and it's all glass. And then mechanical systems are pushed to the back, and those will not be visible from Park Avenue on the roof of that.
Can you speak to the issue of this enlargement and its visibility, and why it's appropriate to have this kind of enlargement above Queen Anne?
Well, right now, there's no rear yard and there's no outdoor space. So part of the addition, that's an indoor.
But maybe, I guess the question is perhaps not a programmatic issue, which is how to get light, and you're doing very interesting things in the home and in this volume, but I think just from a historic district perspective and for us to find appropriateness, how would you make that argument?
About its appropriateness to this townhouse?
Yes, and in the district. This kind of enlargement
Right.
on this building.
Well, the
within this
enlargement that's possible is, it's an R10, if you go 10 stories, and there's the opposite.
Right, but just leaving the zoning aside, just the fact that this building is a building of...
Well, the appropriateness from our standpoint is that it's a very dark townhouse. It doesn't have the amenities or the light that it had in its history. When it was originally 5 townhouses, light came from all sides. It was a rear yard, so this is about bringing light back into the townhouse without affecting the main facade. So the front facade will be restored fully. Rather than proposing to open it up and make larger windows to bring light in, we're using this light monitor that's on top to serve that function. A townhouse of this stature in that neighborhood really needs some amenities. It needs outdoor space, and that's what the, can you give me some water, right? My bag.
Can I just probe that a little bit more? I hear you, but the only thing that's up on that top floor, which is a very dramatic, beautiful room, I'm sure, but I think the chair's question is still ringing in probably all of our ears. How is this appropriate on top of a Queen Anne house? And I have to say that when I look at the program, we have a large family room on top of the media room, and on top of that is a living room, and then up here is another living room. So there are lots of living spaces here. I'm just wondering, is that really required? If you took that off and even raised up, if you wanted to, that top floor, then the top floor, the master suite a little bit, you'd have a little bit of visibility, but it wouldn't be this huge room.
There would be very little visibility. The spring line of the ridge, if I could go back to that, is about 5 feet. So this is the top of that ridge. This is the floor level of the existing penthouse. So it's about 5 feet tall. So the window springing from that line would start at 5 feet. You wouldn't be able to engage Park Avenue. Part of the purpose of this is to physically engage Park Avenue as an occupant of the house. Right now, you look through small windows, and you can't get up to where the light is, or the views for that matter. And programmatically, that room becomes the rear yard for us. It's an indoor-outdoor room on the roof.
I just see this, I'm looking at page 15, and we have a lot of volumes over here at the top, and many things happening, and it seems, at least for me, the concern is that it's what you have from the front facade is very prominent, and it's oddly perched above the Queen Anne style building, which has a very clear and elegant roof line, and you have this piece that sort of hovers over it, but it seems you have space at the back to actually play a little more and sort of make it recede. So it seems that the areas at the back that...
Small footprint. Not to interrupt, I apologize.
Right.
It's a very small footprint, and we're already setting back 9 feet or so to the beginning of that ridge line from the front facade. That's correct, might be a little less. So you can see, where's the section?
Yes, section.
And I feel like we're making a gesture to the penthouse in the massing of this addition by having the larger volume to the right, having the recessed, muted kind of material in the back. So it's not...
Is there a legal or structural reason why you couldn't simply take your living room and push it to the back wall of the existing house?
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Is there a legal or other practical reason why you could not take the living room on the 6th floor and push it so that it was at the back of the house with the terrace in front instead of the obverse? Right now you have living room in front,
terrace in back. It looks like the terrace is around 10 feet wide, 12 feet wide. I'm just asking, for instance, not that I'm recommending that you do it, but I'm just asking, is there a legal or other impediment from setting the very large rooftop addition back so that it's at the back of the building instead of the front? No change in height, no change in height, you'd still engage with the street because you'd still see over the parapet. Just asking the question, could you do that? Do you follow what I'm saying?
It has to be toward the front of Park Avenue because of that 30-foot setback.
Oh, is it a rear yard issue?
We have a rear yard 30-foot setback requirement to legalize that room for light and air.
Why couldn't you use the front for light and air?
Yeah, that would do the same.
Yeah. So I'll take that as a no. Thank you.
Also thinking that you could slant the, instead of a straight wall, a slanted wall. It would be less
That's
visible.
up to us, that's,
Yeah.
he could come to us with a number of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the owner is looking to, the back is, as you've seen from the photographs, it's not, there's no vista, there's no beautiful view, it's the backs of people's buildings. To be able to get out and actually engage in Park Avenue itself is part of the objective as well.
And I guess I just have one more question.
Yes.
You have that initial very sunny diagram showing how the light's going to get into the building. I forget what page that's on. There we go, page 14.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm looking at the top floor plan, and it looks like the sun can't get in through the vertical surface of that extension, because that vertical surface is made out of metal panels.
Yeah, it's doing both. There's
a skylight on top.
It's a big skylight, that's
Right, so the skylight's on top, and the fact that you've now made a vertical wall that goes up another 10, 12 feet is actually blocking the sun from coming in through the vertical plane there, right?
And there's also a large skylight, which I don't have a roof plan unfortunately, but there's a large skylight above the stair itself.
Right, but it's now like 10 or 15 feet above the peak of the ridge, right? It used to, the sun used to hit the roof down at the roof's height. Now, you're making a tunnel 10, 12 feet higher by virtue of this opaque front wall, right? In front of the stair, there's no windows. In front of the stair, there's a solid metal
Right,
panel.
and that stair has a skylight above it.
Right.
Over the whole,
Got it.
15-foot by 10-foot skylight.
Okay.
That's what's bringing light down.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thinking of saying,
I just have one other question. If you go back to the 3D that you have, which is page 15,
Yes.
do you have the mechanicals that are hovering around an open
The mechanicals on the roof behind, so this is the big skylight right here.
Okay.
Okay. Behind that, we've got a roof, a sort of covered area, and those mechanical units are up there, and they're not visible from the sight line. That's why we put them back there. And we also have to then, we don't have any rear yard, we don't have anywhere to put that equipment, and the roof is the only location, and that is the most remote, up against a building that doesn't have windows on that side. So that's something like the most appropriate place to put that.
But that's not visible from anywhere.
That's not visible from anywhere, correct.
Okay.
That we verified in the mock-up.
Okay.
The other component to this is the stoop work. So that's just enlarged elevations of that area. That is a section of actually cut right at the ridge. So you can see at the ridge we're set back with the sort of apple store and a flat box floating up there, the light monitor. That's the floor below, so you can see windows. If we were to drop the whole thing to that lower floor, we really have very little, there's no views of Park Avenue from what is the current fifth floor. So the other component of this is the stoop modification. We'd like to put the full stoop back on, but that's not going to work with the DOT. So we've sort of done a modified stoop where we've created a double height entrance vestibule and a brownstone stoop. It's the original, the townhouse is brownstone and brick. And so we brought a heavy rusticated base, and we brought that out as a rusticated low wall with a wrought iron fence above it, plantings behind, and then we'll try to get some light into that lower basement level, and give the townhouse a sort of a gesture to its original identity of having a stoop. And then the door itself is a very modern door, which in a way kind of speaks to the rooftop addition.
And it's frosted, the front door?
It's going to be a translucent glass of some sort.
Okay.
Won't see it.
Okay. Are there any questions right now for the applicant? No. I'm sure there will be some more later. We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Originally one of a group of row houses that wrapped around East 79th Street, 890 Park Avenue is an important survivor from a time when Park Avenue was still known as 4th Avenue, and a partially covered train tunnel funneled pollutants and noise up to the street through vents in the center of the roadway. As a result, residential development was sparse until the early 20th century, making this charming 1880s Queen Anne the only one left of the row, and designed by a significant American architect, a physical reminder of Park Avenue's fascinating past and its link to New York City's transportation history. While we are glad to see this house receive some tender care on the front facade, it would be difficult for HDC to find any justification for approving most aspects of the proposed design. The application calls for adding an enormous amount of bulk to the rear, but then takes the gesture even further with the proposed rooftop bulk, which would destroy the effect of the gabled roof line and stick out like a sore thumb. Such a transformation, which might be expected outside of a historic district, would be grossly inappropriate for this building and for its context. We also note that the proposed front door is altogether too contemporary for the style of the house. We implore the Commission today to exercise its right to reject proposals that disrespect our historic districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrews, Salimian?
Andrew Salimian from Friends of the Upper East Side. 890 Park Avenue deserves recognition as an important example of the early built history of Park Avenue and the Upper East Side. It explicitly demonstrates the widening of Park Avenue with its cut stoop and a relic of an old doorway suspended above the existing entry. The house and adjacent buildings illustrate the two major patterns of housing development on the corridor. The applicant's proposal to construct a large glass and metal penthouse atop the building is therefore inappropriate. Not only will its size dwarf the delicate Queen Anne-style building, but the materials and design read as institutional and detract from the overall character. While we understand the desire to create lighter spaces within, the excessive transparency raises concerns about privacy and light pollution. Aside from the penthouse, we commend the sensitive restoration work to be undertaken on the front facade. The committee discussed at length the treatment of the entryway, specifically where the metal and frosted glass are appropriate in the context of the bold rustication brownstone at the base. Most felt that a contemporary wooden door would be preferable and would help mediate the old and new. As one of the few remaining holdouts of Park Avenue's early history, this property deserves extra tact and careful design if alterations are to be undertaken. As proposed, the rooftop addition is simply too large and too transparent. For these reasons, the Preservation Committee of Friends recommends the Commission deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Goff?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. James E. Ware, who designed the picturesque roofline of this opulent townhouse, was the architect of the celebrated Osborne Apartments on 57th Street. Remarkable that the townhouse has survived the pressures of Park Avenue development since it was built in 1885. It is one of the very, very few reminders of the earlier history of the avenue. Perhaps its charm is what saved it until the landmarks law came along. Unfortunately, adding a penthouse at the front of this building is a business plan that is completely infeasible given the architecture of the landmark and its prominent location. It is hard to understand how anyone could have thought the law could be bent so far as to allow such destruction.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? The Community Board recommends denial of this application as presented, and their concerns included huge glass window at the front of the contemporary penthouse, increased amount of glazing, that there's no relationship to the Queen Anne style. Proposed change of the penthouse in the rear elevation, which is out of context and inappropriate, and the applicant did not provide the level of detail usually presented in applications. Okay. Do you have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Michael and then Adi.
Yeah, I think that they've got to come back and give it another try. I think that the rooftop addition can definitely be made less visible from the street. I think you can have a visible rooftop addition in this location. Because it's surrounded by taller buildings, because an addition will be seen against the backdrop of much taller buildings, I think you can have a visible rooftop addition, perhaps even to this height, but I certainly think that its visibility has to be mitigated by pushing it back. I think that the choice of materials is acceptable, personally. I thought that the use of glass makes sense, but I think that the way it was done with the kind of articulation that was meant to kind of semi-recall the asymmetry of the building didn't really work for me in tying it to the building. I felt that it actually made it feel more like a mechanical bulkhead with louvers as opposed to an A-B kind of architectural relationship. So I'd say that for me, I would ask them to have any portions of the building that are visible, try to tie better visually to the building below it. I think that the front door was a mistake. I think to have an all-glass modern door that did not really recall the aesthetic of the rooftop above, but that's kind of moot because I'm suggesting that the rooftop be less visible in the first place. I think that if you're going to go for a restorative kind of stoop, then you should go for a restorative kind of door. And I think lastly, the applicant should look at the rear facade. And normally we don't get too deep into rear facades, especially in situations like this where they are not part of a donut. But I would ask the applicant to make sure that it's not visible from any point in any street, first of all. And second of all, even if it is, I think it's so discordant and kind of jumbled and broken up and chaotic, and I think that it would be it could easily be made to be more harmonious with the original building without sacrificing a scintilla of the function that they propose.
Adi?
I don't know if visibility is the issue for me so much as the fact that I think that absolutely nothing should happen to the profile of the roof line of the existing building. So that means that if there is addition onto the back leg only, I could understand that because it would not disrupt the roof of the building that we know on Park Avenue. But beyond that, no addition whatsoever, visible or not. I think that the applicant's idea about sort of engaging Park Avenue is one that's twisted a bit, okay? Because the engagement here that the owners, that the applicant would have, has to do with being able to occupy a single-family residence on Park Avenue. It's so rare, but that would be the nature of the engagement. It's so unusual and so special. It's not about the views or the heights or coming in line with the street wall buildings. It's the exact opposite. The engagement it's historic, and so I'm really, I dismiss that entirely as a rationale.
All right, others? Yes, Fred?
My first inclination through my questioning was that the top room is superfluous and detracts from the appropriateness of the restoration of this historic building. A remnant of earlier days on Park Avenue, which makes it even more special. And I think that a lot of talk about there's no backyard, but if you remove the room on the top, you'd have a much bigger rooftop equivalent to a backyard, admittedly a dark backyard. So that's what I thought. And then I started looking a little more carefully and with maybe more daring eyes, and perhaps will attract no takers on this idea at all around the table. And I'm not even sure what I'm thinking about it myself. But I think part of the problem with the rooftop addition is the complexity or the two-part aspect to it. So I'm wondering now, just sort of wondering in my head, not saying I support this idea, I think the applicant will be coming back to us, so I'm just suggesting another way of looking at it. If it were all glass, if it was just a glass cube sitting up there kind of in an ethereal sort of situation, almost visually as much a part of something that would be added between the two tall buildings as it is exactly above, this historic townhouse below it. It might make me like it more. I think it's the complexity up there as much as it is the fact of it. And maybe the fact that it hovers and cantilevers a little bit. I think that was your point, Addie, that it shouldn't in any way detract or challenge the original ridge line of the existing roof at that point. Anyway, that's kind of a radical idea, and I'm not sure it would have any other support. But
Intriguing. Yeah, but I'll take other comments first. Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I agree about the door, that the door should be historic. And I also think that the back should be simpler and hopefully could provide more light by being simpler. I really do have a problem with the visibility of the rooftop addition. And I think there are some ways, as have been suggested, that could minimize that, the rooftop addition by, having slanted front, having the terrace in the front, whatever. There are a number of ways where you could still provide a lot of light and air for the residents and just not have that kind of, it just has a very negative effect for me on the look of this historic building, the way it's currently proposed. Also simpler, that's the final thing about it, simpler, further back, switched with the terrace. There's options here, but something has to happen that just doesn't bring this very large addition forward, hanging, kind of looking like it's hanging over the building, and it's just such a lovely building that it needs to have this space. So.
Okay, other comments? All right, I just want to say a few things. One, I think for me, having some visibility, I agree with Commissioner Golden. I don't think that, I think I could accept, excuse me, some visibility, partly for its surrounding context, which is you have two tall buildings, and behind you are two tall buildings. But I think I would agree with some of the commissioners who said today about the addition and the use of the word hovering. I think its location and its cantilevering and its design, which is this two-part thing that Fred was talking about, all of those together really do detract from the Queen Anne style. And so I kind of think that the idea of having just a simpler facade, even if it's all glazed, may help to mitigate it. I do think it needs to be pushed back, and so it doesn't feel like it's kind of there, it's speaking to it, but it's not really speaking to it. So I think that some addition, I think I could accept, even if it's visible. I just think it needs to be really much more muted and also set back. I think the rear, for me, is a place, quite frankly, you can go wild. I don't have such a strong feeling about that. But I respect my commissioners, and there's obviously things that you can do within the rear, and if you can get more light there, that's good. But that area, because of the rear yard itself and The donut is just very compromised, and so I don't have any issues with that. So I think there've been a lot of suggestions here. I think you understand the direction that you need to go. I think, but just to make sure, Adi, I think you don't want any visibility from the front, right? Yeah, she doesn't. She wants it all, right? Yeah. Okay. But I think the rest of us, I think, no visibility at all from the front. Well, I think we should ask.
No building on the front. If there's a building on the left and it's visible.
But the front is, I don't know, the front is some.
The 1/3 that represents that leg.
All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we ask the applicants to come back and show us and see how it sits, because it's hard to kind of figure out what that line is and what the impact is. And
I think it might be a good idea if the applicant does come back with something less than what you're suggesting, which is probable, that they increase the presentation to show better what the visibility would be from the ground level. They may have shot themselves a bit in the foot by taking some of their renderings from a hovering plane that's considerably above where a human's eye would be on the sidewalk. I think that really the way we judge it is normally by people walking on the street and show the degree of visibility. I'm sure the staff can help them with this. It's a very typical feature of applications.
Yeah, that's true.
And along that line, I'm wondering whether, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, whether the idea of sloping it as a plane so that, you don't, Michael's earlier question about the skylight, which is in a way, because if you're looking up at the street, the sloping it back may be an option. I'm not saying that's the solution, but it's worth exploring.
There was that project a couple of years ago by Zapata for a building downtown on like Warren Street or something. That was it? Maybe not Warren Street, but it was this 2-story monster bug on top of this beautiful loft building. But it was studied to death to prove that it had virtually no visibility from the street. And it won everybody over. And I think that if they can figure out a way to craft it, knowing exactly where the sight lines are, it might make some people happy.
Right, and I think the interesting, the other thing just about visibility is that sometimes the commission has taken the position that you can see things that are visible, but if it's sort of separated, disconnected, and it feels like it's part of other buildings and...
But it's a steep roof. I mean, the quality of this kind of architecture is that it's a steep roof, so it doesn't need or warrant or excuse in any way a typical, top story. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, they'd like to have a top story, so let them come back and have to show some modifications.
One question on the stoop, aside from the door, there's no...
I think it's just about the door to go back to a historic door. Yes, to go back to a historic door.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I had a question. No, you're not opening here. So they have 4 steps, and the original stoop had 6 steps, or something like that. And the original stoop is...
The DOT, part of the transportation, does not allow us to... We limited it to the area that's there now. So there's a sidewalk grade that extends out from the building with a sunken areaway.
And that only allows for the 4 steps, that dimension.
4 steps, yes. If we were to come out, we looked at various options, but anything that restores the full stoop would not make it through the city, the other agencies.
Okay? All right, so we won't take any action today. Okay.
Thank you.